my Bob?
Because he did bear down.
He ain't gonna kill me.
Somebody likes you.
It hits for 100% of your life. It doesn't matter what you're doing.
I'll dodge it, it's fine.
Doesn't hit for 100%. I survived it when they hit me.
Yeah.
You're not a bear.
I just intervened it off Mitch. It only took me to 20%.
It does have an upper limit because I remember when Tam lived through it and I shielded her when she did.
Maybe like the L5 Arcane Charge in Black Temple. 100% of your health, but mitigated by defensive stance and whatever else.
Got him.
We only had inner fire up.
Right.
We on Angel, that's good loot, right?
No, that's commonplace.
Standard operating procedure.
Quit moving the fucker.
Going to stab him from a few times apparently.
Alright. Do a one and done. Just buffs up and shit and then get to where you need to be. Where NG's got enough arcane bombs for the
Got some extras if you don't.
So again, good rhythm. Just don't kill your friends. Remember to stay away from the fucking shadow spikes, because again, you don't have to worry about fire blooms when they're out and about, so you can move as much as you fucking want. Remember, if the ads spawn on you, to move away from them. And do not touch them whatsoever. No AoE abilities. We're just waiting on Wiz.
Where should I be positioned?
You just come down here with those casters and
Follow
down
the
here.
bear.
Alright.
Who's that?
Hello?
Random Ellie Shaman I picked out a trade chat.
You couldn't find a better one?
Hey, I've got a Zardoom, fuck you.
Yeah, that's our doom. I figured he was good
Wiz
if
is
his build
moving.
gave it to him.
He has dots as a Zardoom, it doesn't matter.
Ellie Shaman, new Holy Priest.
Why is he using Wind Fury?
Alright, good. Wiz is here. You good, Wiz?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, on you, Chris. I know Sunflare. Balls.
Walls.
That's the bad one over there.
Oh, yeah, we got fiends over here by us. Careful, guys.
Move a little bit.
Don't be near this thing.
Chris ended up getting them. Alright, we're good over here. Remember, stack more vertically as opposed to horizontally, so you have good range on all your healers.
All melee stacking on one side.
All MDs, please give me the shed.
Melee groups, go ahead and left off the get-go. New set of blooms are up.
Sorry, Papa. Trying not to get you.
87%. Stop AoE.
Orb. Go ball in, so move.
New blood.
Those are cleavable, right?
Yeah.
Take him to the melee stack. Yeah, take him to the melee stack. And to the, or the melee stack, you guys can just come over and start cleaving it.
Hello.
I serve only the master now.
Watch the spikes ranged. Just look at his hand. Alright, start grouping up. Orb, 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 orb. What? Again, don't spread too much horizontally, okay? Remember, Chris the Bear is your center point. Back up. Get cheap ups on the ball in. Orbs, 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 orbs. Rest are good. Split. Chris, you need to shift over to the left. We're too far over to the right. There you go. Right there's perfect. Set of blooms. Orb, orb, orbs, orb.
Stuck.
Stack. Stack, stack. Orb. Orb. There we go. Good job. Perfect.
No breaths.
No breath. Split.
Hold your AoE.
Valid.
And watch spikes. We get about a res on the ball and please, Dirty.
I think this is the melee.
That's cleavable.
Yes.
Melee, go ahead and head on in on them.
But I'm lost. I cannot find my way back.
Chris, can you about a res TJ when you get a chance? What the hell is going on here?
I can onk.
Heads are loose.
Yep, one of them didn't stick.
Stack.
Stack, stack, stack. Go ahead and get TJ when you can, Chris. Orbs, orbs.
Orbs and spread.
What?
Did y'all lust it?
Now we're going to now. Lust. Cheap buffs on the dead people too, if you can afford the mana. Stack. Don't wait for breaths. Wait for breaths. Wait for breaths. There we go, breaths. Now orb. Split. What? Get in. Move. It's right in our stack spot. Orbs, guys. Orbs. Keep focusing on those. Just watch the get-ins. Orbs, orbs, orbs. Stack. That's orbs.
Oh,
Orbs. Split.
So hold your AoE.
Orb.
Melee, you guys gotta spread quicker than that.
Was that?
Ads. Orbs. God damn it.
It's just me. Right?
Warlock refractions, so you can.
Oh, I don't have a soul stone, so just keep going through the motions. Get the ads down.
Everybody get those warlocks dead.
Get those warlocks dead. Focus on them. Move the group around here a little bit to min-max this.
Stack, stack, stack.
Attack.
There's an Armageddon here too, so we're gonna need to move. Move, 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 move.
Move, 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 move. Wipe it up. We've got too many dead people. It's gonna take forever. You're gonna run out of dragons, so just go die.
Got 8.
You're gonna run out. Most of your healers are dead, and yeah, it's just not gonna happen. So, what is the deal with the reflection deaths at the start?
They're getting activated.
You guys
before-
cannot AoE like at all. Like you just can't do it. You can't multi-shot. You can't do anything. So when we call for it, you gotta not press that button. Because even if you hit it once, what happens is heal aggro is going to take over immediately after that, and then it gets those healers killed. You have to let Danzig be the first one to hit them. The other problem is too is you melee. When you guys get more than one of you you guys have got to move a lot quicker than what you are, because you melee don't split nearly as fast.
We had an issue that time where 3 melee got it, and there's just nowhere for them to go. Like when there's 3 of them.
I also was slowed, so you gotta the melee have to watch. If someone's slowed and you're not, you're gonna have to run further than the person that's slowed. You can't just stand there and continue to DPS and kill people.
Yeah, it was just all 3 of them were in melee. It was impossible for everybody to get out of the way quick enough.
The other thing is too is just now this is Strange's first time, so he's excused. He'll get used to the rhythm of the fight. But again, don't leave early. Make sure you get the breath after after the dragon shield goes up, so you don't get slowed with the flame darts afterwards.
Yeah, I definitely fucked that up.
No, it's fine. It's your first time. You'll learn the rhythm. But everybody else should know not to leave early. Just after the shield goes up, wait a few seconds, because the weak aura will show it to you. Once your 2 bars, those little bars at the bottom of the weak aura, there's like a sky turquoise, whatever, blue one and a purplish one. Once you see both of those, it means you got both of them, and then you can go take off. The haste one is the biggest one. That's the blue one. That's the critical one. So just make sure you're doing that. Yeah, because those early deaths really, really mess things up, so just be careful with that. We don't have any rebirths this time around either, so...
2 soul stones at least. We have all 3
Alright,
house stones.
let me fix these groups back up, because I moved some people around in the middle of it.
Am I keeping Demo shout out?
It's useless. He does.
Yeah,
He
I
hits you for
don't
like
need it.
200
You don't need it.
melee.
He hits.
You can pop it. You can pop it on him or the ads. It might help on the ads if anything.
We'd put it on the ads.
They're melee ads.
If you have an extra GCD, throw it up, buddy.
All right, let's get Hellstones out. All the other good shit. Get the buffs up. Yeah.
Man, I'm just so excited that this guy's gonna drop his dagger again.
Right.
We love daggers.
Hey, on these three little shits, ranged and healer pile, I don't know what y'all are doing if you're starting early or what, but that X keeps running over there and then it gets fucky. So start a second later than whatever the hell you were doing.
All right, Chris, on you. Yeah, because they're used in proximity aggro to get them, so don't run in early or anything.
They're used to strange.
Whip.
Shift left a little bit. In line with where I'm at. There we go, that's better.
All MDs go.
Orb.
Hold your AoE.
P5, stop AoE.
The spikes. Bring them into the melee pile. Leave it.
Doug and Dan's will be full of debuff.
Only the master now.
Yeah, I would suggest the mages not go in an arcane explosion though. Just pump on the boss.
Yeah, don't do that.
Stack up.
Orbs. Split.
Four, three, two, one.
Stack.
No blooms. Get in, come on. Wait for your breath. Then orbs. Orbs. Now it's split.
Go right. Sorry about that.
Four, three.
Get ready to start stacking up. Orbs are. Oh, this is gonna be nasty. Careful.
freedom, alright, please.
That's just right below.
Ow.
Yeah, mages, when we're melee cleaving the ads, don't go in AE. It's just pointless. You're gonna end up just getting yourselves killed over and over. It's what happens when people die early and the DPS checks aren't what we're normally used to. So that's why we can't have that. It makes the timers happen in a way that's, you know, out of sync than what we normally do. So that's why y'all can't be dying early.
Shorf,
Come back, do it
fucking love
again,
you.
but do it correctly this time.
My man.
My man.
We didn't get far enough along for me to have a dragon.
Yeah, Thariga. Yeah, I'm going to. And Danzig, can you bring him to the actual melee stack next time around instead of Sug?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, we stack up right then anyway, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, just bring him over to them and then they can just kind of move with you. Because that'll maximize their damage on KJ a little bit more while they're cleaving.
Also, I mean, less of a chance of tanking Shadow.
No, I get 100% of them standing in melee.
You don't want it to hit Sug as well.
Yeah,
You can
more
avoid
about
it.
not killing the bear.
Like, you know, Unshackled.
We're used to you getting hit with it.
Yeah.
Okay, I was talking about, you know, the other tank. The other guy.
That thing. The
Yeah,
furry one.
Not the one that raised you, right?
Obviously.
What is your snack tonight?
None. It's hoping to be done in like half an hour.
Did everybody vote?
Wait, there was a vote on snacks?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Well, hidden news channel, scroll up like 100 posts.
It was mostly tank propaganda.
Okay. A few shenanigans.
Sorry, if it's not peanut butter M&Ms, it doesn't work for me.
Alright, get your buffs and shit up. Again, orbs. You guys got to get on them faster. They're staying up way too long. Whenever orbs are up, they are prio. Over ads, over KJ, over everything. Because the longer they are up, the more raid damage we have to heal.
The only important thing in this fight is staying alive. That's it.
Alright, Chris, let me know when you're good.
Alright.
Alright, here we go. I'll address that later, Bob. Wait till we finish this, and I can go through all that stuff.
Well, we wanted to position me between all four of these dragon things. You had me scooted over to the right.
Yeah, they had you in the wrong spot.
It's,
It's not your fault.
it's based on the orb spawns. You want to be like right about here. Yeah, you were just getting a little too far over to the right.
And that's still not even halfway between them all.
Yeah, it's based on the orb spawns. It's not based off of the other one, the dragon orb.
Yes. Orbs.
$87. Stop AOE.
This orb is fine. Those are priest ads.
Yep. Priest dead, so
Enhancement shaman.
make sure you're dispelling Virgin. Kill him.
Spikes, guys, pay attention.
I serve only the master now.
So, spikes should be done. Alright, you can go ahead and start stacking up. Orbs, 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 orbs while they're in range. Blooms.
Blooms.
Yeah, we got one.
That was a terrible
Oh,
timing.
that's fucking terrible.
That's a wipe, right?
Yeah.
No, keep going.
The fuck did bloom first instead of flame dart first?
Just decided to be a dick.
Yeah, that's fucked.
2, 1.
Well, I feel like we should be waiting for either one or the other of those before we stack tight anyway.
No, if you get the darts and you're not stacked, then you can't get stacked because you're slowed.
That's fair.
Yeah, the idea is to get stacked, get the haste breath at a minimum, and then get out whenever the flame darts go. But yeah, bloom before. I saw his bloom timer expired right as we pushed him into phase, and I was like, oh, that's good. We dodged a set of blooms. But I guess
That's what I thought too. That's why I said stack.
But I guess he queued that shit first time he's done that.
Like 95% of the time he doesn't do that. I can call stack and it works fine.
Yeah, I think that's only happened that's like twice.
Yep. Alright, everybody's here. Get buffs finished up.
Can I get the second house done? The 1-2?
I say you want 5 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty's ready. Waiting on Danzig whenever he's ready.
I'm back. Ready.
Alright. We're good to go now. It's on you, Chris. Remember, stay alive. There's some room here in the front right. You guys can scrunch in a little bit. Like unshackled, you can move in a little bit. Or
Stop AoE.
Warrior.
Yep, melee. Get the fuck out and get away from them.
Yeah, you can go and start AoEing them.
Spikes, guys. Casters, you can shift over and get range on those if you need to. You ain't gotta worry about blooms.
I serve only the master now.
Alright, start stacking up. Orbs activated. Orbs, 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 orbs. That's good. Orbs. Split.
Four, three, two, one.
Stack. No blooms to worry about. Everybody in. Wait for breaths. Got breaths. Hit orbs. Orbs, 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 orbs. Now split. Orbs.
Stack, stack, stack.
Stack up. Blooms, get on the edge.
No breaths.
Yep, split.
Hold your AoE.
Dirty, get unshackled up, please. Common ads. I mean, Chris, get Warlios when you can. Melee incoming with ads. Spike, spike, spikes, guys. Keep your heads on a swivel.
But I'm lost. I cannot find my way back.
Jesus Christ, you may like get hit so many times. What was that? Stack? What was
It should be
that?
stacking, dude.
Stack, 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 stack. Orbs, orbs, orbs. Split.
Stack's getting a little long. Make sure you move in on.
Caster's Lust if you haven't already.
Heads up, melee Armageddon.
Stack.
No blooms to worry about, everybody in. Come on, go, go, go. Shiver judging wisdom, please. Orbs. Split. Stay alive, stay out of the get ends. The fucking orb. Orbs, 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 orbs.
Stack. No breaths.
Watch your get ends.
Y'all listed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Orb.
Stop AoE.
Bunch of orbs, come on. There's like 3 orbs up.
Orb DPS is fucking putrid tonight. I don't understand what's going on with it. It is making healing such a fucking pain in the ass because they're up so long.
I'm dead.
Oh, all the healers are about to be dead too. So, wipe it up again. I don't know why the fuck the orbs are staying up for so goddamn long at this point.
The nightmare is over.
I swear to God, I'm gonna dive into the logs and I'm gonna go look and I'm gonna see the breakdown of orb damage from people, and I guarantee you it's gonna be massively fucking skewed. Later on in the phase, there are 2 orbs that spawn. There's one on the right, there's one on the left. Obviously, the people on the right can get the one on the right, and the people on the left can get the one on the left. There is no excuse for them to get past the middle zone on this fight for any reason whatsoever. If they get past the midpoint on the orbs, your head is up your ass and you're not paying attention to what's in the sky. So please, for the love of God, either do one of 2 things. Macro it into your main spells so it automatically targets them when they're up and then doesn't when it doesn't, or angle your camera so you can see it and you can properly tab target it. It's that simple. Every ranged person should be on them. Period. I don't give 2 fucks about your KJ parses. Oh, by the way, the orb's damage does count for him too, by the way. It's ridiculous at this point that I have to keep telling people to do that. It should be like automatic at this point. So just stop the bullshit and start getting your shit together and do it correctly. This is the attitude you're going to get from me in Wrath of the Lich King, because we're just not going to put up with bullshit anymore, period. So just get your shit together. We should have been done with this 30 minutes ago. There's only two things in this game that you need to do well. You need to execute mechanics, and you need to maximize your character's output in whatever it is that it does within the limit of said mechanics. That is it. Those two things. After that, everything else falls into place. You can't do those two things, and the rest of it doesn't matter. So remember that.
Hunter, War God, Major Dewey, Strange Loop. Good job on orb damage. Ari, Unshackled Zuba, Nublet, Consolation Prize. Everybody else, you didn't do any damage to a shield orb.
So need to do a better job with it. There's just no reason they should be up as long as they are.
If you're too far away and you're on the right and you're not scrunching up enough, the reason mine is so well, I'm literally in the middle, so if they're getting to me, they're taking way too long to die. I'm literally your guys' metric. So if they're getting to me and I'm able to like focus them, that means they came in my range a little bit longer than expected. And either that or I'm focusing them as soon as we come out of the breaths or we come out of the transition from the shield. And yeah, exactly.
But at some point, though, with you two mages, there's going to be one that spawns on the right that the two of you are going to be responsible for.
As soon as that's we had
hold on, before everybody starts chiming in. I don't want everybody cutting each other off. The thing is, the one on the right goes down fairly quickly. It's the one on the left that is taking too long, consistently. So that's what needs to be fixed.
Yeah, remember there's one that starts initially, and then two, and then three later on in the fight. So just because you kill one doesn't mean back to KJ, la da da da, if I can look for more.
Okay, so again with the positioning, there's a hunter here on the right. There's a hunter here on that part. This is just approximate. The mages are over in here. The warlocks are kind of mid-ish. Then, War God's kind of around in here, and then that's basically it. And then people just kind of place in. Because you got to remember the orb spawns like right around here. And then the other one spawns like right over in here. So that's why our midpoint is like right in here. So we can get to that orb immediately as soon as it spawns. So we're not waiting for it to patrol around.
Yeah, the first one spawns right above where the X trash mob out there standing right now. He's literally right above the melee pile. I'm standing there. I got my camera zoomed all the way out, plus a little macro zoom out, and it spawns in the middle of my fucking screen.
Did you hit it?
I throw my fucking little thing at it, yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, if you warlocks are having issues with them getting too far to the middle before you can even target them, then go ahead and shift left over a little bit, and then the people on the right can kind of move in a little bit more. So
it's weird. Some weeks they're dead way before they get to us, and we don't even get to target them. And then some weeks they are right up on us. It's just weird.
It's not weird. On the weeks they don't get to you, that means the DPS is better on them.
Yeah, that means they're doing their job.
Right, but if everybody's in their positioning where they're supposed to be, then that should be fine.
Maybe it's because the Silly Shaman's a shitter.
Oh, that makes sense.
I don't know. He was fourth on orb damage.
Shitter.
Bringing the ads to the melee stack is good until they take 3 shadow bolts.
3 in a row.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if
Well,
that's wise.
that's on you, Melee. Live. If you're fucking dying, run around the backside of KJ till you get a heal, then go back to the ads. You can dip in and out of the ads as needed if you're fucking dying.
We're not dying to the ads though. We're dying just to
Yeah,
shadow
they
spike
kept 3
damage.
in a row. We kept all of them up except for Kitten. Kitten
Don't-
just couldn't top them up quickly enough.
The only way to fix it is if we go back to 2 group split, because then you don't take as much damage. But
It's, for the most part, it's fine. But yeah, if you guys get really low, you just, just kind of, save your health stones.
Yeah, you gotta
mostly
save
for
health
those-
stones
Yeah,
for
save
that,
your
yeah.
health stones for when those occasions occur. Don't use them, like, randomly in the middle of a fight. Alright, Chris, it's on you. So you also got to remember we used to have the mages on the left too, but I shifted them over to the right because we were too tilted to the left. So with DPS to begin with. So just shift a little bit more to the left so we get that first orb down a little faster and then we're good. Pay attention to staying out of the shadow spikes. There's similar mechanics in Wrath that if you get hit by it, you dead.
Bubble yourself, Mitch.
See, you can scrunch, like, Unshackled, you can move in a little bit. There we go, that's much better.
Warrior.
Yep, stay away from them.
DPS him.
That Whirlwind's range is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And of course I don't have a soul stone. Wonderful.
Y'all should be starting stacking up. Orbs.
Wipe it up, start over. We need to do something about you melee getting out of heal range when you guys split.
How many melee do we have?
We have a lot tonight.
Why don't we just do our 2 sides like we normally do?
Yeah, go back to doing your 2 stacks because this single stack is just not working. You guys are taking so much spike damage. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And then one of you ran out of range, which couldn't get any heals on, and then it ended up killing you. So.
Yeah, and if there were ads, everyone runs away, not just the warrior.
Let's see. Malshock's died because he took a double shadow spike. Literally killed him for 290 overkill. Fire Bloom. Fire Bloom. And a Flame Dart. Darkness. Yeah, the rest of it I'm not going to worry about. Alright, so melee, go back to 2 stacks. That'll help fix that raid damage around there, and that should make it a little bit more consistent to heal. But remember, as a melee, when you split, you need to go left or right around his hitbox. The problem is when one of you goes backwards and then moves around in a loop, you guys get too far out of heal range for us to do anything with you. And then by the time you get back to when you're in heal range, you're so low, it's like, oh, fuck. I mean, I try to stand on top of Chris so I can get good range on everybody, but sometimes you guys just go out too far. Alright, everybody's here. Get whatever buffs finished up that need to be finished up.
Yeah, I also need a 1 out of 2 Hellstone.
All the Hellstones should be getting put down every single time.
Do we have 0 out of 2?
No.
No.
Alright.
Zuban, you back yet? Like, fuck, Mal's angry. I gotta hit the ball. What the fuck are you doing, Tam?
Prospecting copper for my husband
Why?
Damn.
because he's switching to Jewel Crafter.
I need
Buy
you to
those
work.
gems for like 5 copper.
I don't want to go to the age. No.
I mean, copper is actually more expensive than the gems are by far.
I didn't buy the copper. He mined it, so.
I would sell it and buy the gems.
Zuban.
What?
Alright, you done with the bond? Good. Alright, Chris.
You'll never be done with the bone.
Yeah, it's not that quick.
Alright, let's do it. Pull your heads out of your asses, execute mechanic. Plot spot.
87%, not baby.
You need to, Boomer.
I don't know if threat ears messed up or what, but it shows
Mine
like
too.
3 people ahead of me.
Ads are up. They're shadow
Freeze.
free. We need the enhanced shamans. You need to pull off. Need you for interrupts. Watch the spikes. Ooh, melee, careful.
NDP person.
I serve only the master now.
Good. Start stacking up. Orbs, 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 orbs. Rest are good. Split.
Four, three, two, one.
Back up. No blooms. We're good. Orbs, orbs, orbs. Rest are good. Split.
Four, three,
Orbs, orbs, orbs.
56%, stop baby.
Stack up, stack up, stack up. As soon as you hear the weak or I tell you to do it, do it. Wait for breath.
No breath, no breath.
Ads, 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 ads. Careful, careful, no AoE.
Go ahead and DPS him.
Want him up?
But I'm
Yeah, get him up.
lost. I cannot find my way back.
Stack.
I could use an innervate. Either one of you has one.
Get some back here.
Mine's out already.
Orbs, 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 orbs.
Spread,
Fire
spread, spread,
blade.
spread, spread. Such horse shit.
Was that just shitty timing again? The fuck?
He's not supposed to do that first. He's not. He's supposed to flame dart. That's why you have to stack, and then you get the haste breath, and then you take a flame dart like near immediately, especially that one, because that one I struggle with. If it's not the orb next to me, I have to rocket boot across the fucking map to get the other one, and then blink, blink, blink all the way back in there. And if everybody's not stacked up as soon as I get there, there's 2 seconds on the flame dart timer, and I have to instantly breath before that flame dart lands. Otherwise, everybody's just fucked. That's the like sketchiest part for me on the dragon, is that second orb at the 55 mark, to make sure everybody's stacked and to get back fast enough to get to it and get back fast enough to get the haste breath off before the flame darts come out. It's been very consistent.
Yeah, that's.
But now,
tonight it's been
he's like,
stupid.
let's fire bloom first. So I don't know what to do with that, because if the flame dart timer expires and we're loosely spread, you can't stack fast enough and get a haste breath to negate it.
And Rasp, did KJ just turn around and whack you, or?
No, I got on an ad.
I pull thread on an ad.
Okay, I was about to say.
Keep your hands out of his pocket. That's what it was.
Next time DPS is called, I just won't.
Just heard whack, and then.
I heard,
Old
alright,
boy dead.
DPS him. Alright, cool. Blade Flurry dead.
It looked like they had about 6k, or they had 6k on me. When he called for DPS.
Threat was weird on that pull for some reason. Anyway.
Oh, it was super weird.
Yeah, the add-on was like broken.
It fixed itself in the end, I think, though.
He kicked the shit out of me at the beginning.
Yeah, everybody was at the same thread. I don't know what was going on.
I think the numbers were right. You were still ahead. It was just ranking us strangely.
I need to go bio real quick. I'll be right back.
I think it thought the angel was our tank, and because the angel has no threat, it was just like negative 239%.
Are you fading when he comes up?
Yep.
Because you're taking the first one all the time.
Oh yeah, the first one's normally fine. I can heal myself through it, but the subsequent one, I don't know why he was hitting me after that. Because normally you just take it, and then after that it's not an issue. But this other time, this one last one, he turned around and whacked me again.
Here you go. Armor scroll.
Alright, Parabot's down in the back. Use it, please.
Make sure you repair. Let's see, Wiz, Aurelios,
Lock is 1 out of 2. Please put it up.
Zane, Malshucks, Kitten. Down, he gets back. Tharg, you'll hit that repair button. That was my last one that I had in my bag, so if nobody else has one, that's the last one tonight, so use it.
I just got back. Let me eat and buff real quick.
Yeah, don't forget to repair on the back, too.
Ready.
Good. Make sure you spare bot. Zubin, you good?
Yep.
Alright, Chris. Ah, sure, it's your turn. Alright, blooms are up. Orbs, orbs, orbs. Check will move in. You got all this room over here. Come towards the front a little bit. There you go.
87, stop AoE.
Orb. Ads are up.
Yeah, I fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
Spikes, guys, spikes. Pay attention.
Hitting DPS.
Scoot in a little bit longer.
Spikes. Come on, guys. Seriously. Look up.
I serve only the master now.
We should be good to stack up.
One stack a little better, guys. Look like a hot dog.
Nice and tight. Nice and tight. Should look like one character. Orbs, 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 orbs. Split. DJ, you're a little too far out. You can move in a little bit more. There you go.
Yeah, I was letting people settle.
Alright, stack up. Let's go. Wait for breath. Wait for breath. I just saw somebody leave early. Alright, now move. Orbs, orbs, orbs. You gotta be careful with that early movement. Alright, blooms are up.
Scoot up a little bit, Zubin, just stay here. And not around. There you go.
Four, three, two.
Orbs, 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 orbs.
57, stop AoE.
Stack. No blooms. Everybody in.
No
Yeah,
breaths.
no AoE. No AoE.
No breaths.
Split. Adds. Careful. Stroh's fade.
My shield missed 2 of them, so it's
Yep.
not his fault.
All good. I'll have Dirty get me up. Watch the spikes, guys. Move.
You go
I got
DPS ads.
Fine.
Find my way back.
Should be stacking.
Stack, stack, stack. Stack up. Orbs, orbs, orbs. Out.
Yeah, we're just too slow stacking, by the way. And then Shorf
Yep.
has to wait.
That stack. People not stacking completely messed that up. What's a wipe? Because he had to wait to do the breath because not everybody was there.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, we're gonna do that, Orleos. So, there you go.
See, I know what the problem is. The problem is everybody that keeps getting debuffed isn't a rogue and they can't cloak it.
Ah, 24 rogues in gun.
So 24 rogues.
Yeah, I don't understand why you guys haven't figured this out yet.
Just do a evasion rotation for tanking.
Yep. See, easy, fixed. Let's go.
Are there even that many rogues on the server?
Wow.
Unfortunately, no.
Why don't you check in general chat and see how many rogues are just in Sunwell right now?
Not
There
as
are
many as you might think.
13 rogues in Sunwell right now.
That's not very many.
Not at all, dude.
It
I
is
just hit
busy
my
night.
I just hit my own repair button. God damn it.
Nice.
Give us that money.
Yeah, and if you need to, go clear your head. Which I'm definitely going to go do.
You know Mount High Jaw before this, Shorf? Fuck is your Mount High?
Shaq, that bathroom, oh my god, I would cry. I'd just shut the door and cry.
I can't imagine having that sober.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just waiting for Kitten to reset his router and stuff. Yeah, remember we don't have a boom fence. Make sure you're compensating for the lack of hit. Okay, I'm just waiting on Kitten. This week I am just while we're waiting on Kitten, I'm gonna put up a sign up for a fantasy football league. So if anybody's interested in it,
Ooh, my 5th one.
and we'll start. We'll set up a draft date and all that fun stuff.
We could have a wild gold plot.
That's what I was thinking. Just do wild gold.
Yeah, we'll do some wild gold.
10K bitches.
Okay, I'm out.
Yep.
TJ, you in 3 times?
I'll do 3 teams.
That's it? Like TJ in 10 times?
I put in like 500 times.
Sug and TJ are just gonna do 5v5.
Mine will be all thought out. His will just be like handwritten in crayon saying the Jets.
That's so accurate.
He's that big of a Jets fan?
No, but I could talk him into it.
Just catching him when he's half asleep.
Damn, strange. You about to get some hate.
A little up arrow from Thorin killed me.
I think he's a Giants fan. Super sad, anyways.
Yeah, Tharg's in. Eli's gonna do great this year, buddy. You should draft him.
I mean, being a Giants fan is basically being a college football fan anyway, so same thing.
They beat the Patriots and kept them from an undefeated season. I'll take it. They have respect in my book for that.
That's the only championship any New
I'm a
York
Titans
team has
fan,
had
but-
since I got here.
I'm a Titans fan, but I appreciate that one year that the Giants pulled it off.
What's going on? We couldn't. Just kept around.
He was AFK, but he's on the island.
Yeah, he's in disc too.
Buzzing.
Oh, hold on. Kitten just went offline. Give it 1 second. Well, Dirty, did you hear Brennan? And he had a bunch of NIL deals signed as well, and he doesn't have to pay any of that money back.
He was getting.
I don't know how much money he was getting. He was getting a good amount, though.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing about NIL, because you can't tie NIL to performance. It's not legally at all. So it's like, if you're a college kid and you sign an NIL, you're like, I don't want to play football anymore. Deuces.
Very well liked. He'll be fine.
He's rich to begin with the family he comes from.
True.
Anybody doesn't know, his family owns a chain of restaurants, and he owns one of the big ones in New Orleans, and chains with the same names in Houston and stuff like that. I'm gonna get Kep in here. If I can get a hold of him.
Oh my God! Did you just say that, Strauss? Anything to beat Kansas.
Yeah, there's no loyalty to him. 3 or 4 years, and those guys are always fucking gone.
Right? What the fuck?
No loyalty. No, but I do find that frustrating that there's constant roster turnover. At least in the pros, you can follow individual players.
And the roster turnover in the pros tends to be a little slower.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like
And the
easier.
superstars stick around usually.
Oh,
Yeah.
more
Well, it's
turnover and more accountability. That's weird.
It is contracts they're under.
Wow.
Though free agency kind of has screwed with a lot of that stuff.
Chris, can you text Kep and tell him to get on, please?
He was on. He literally just logged off about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know, and he's in disc, but I don't know if he has his headset on or anything.
He just messaged me back.
All right, cool.
Said, come back, we need you.
There's some weird logs you posted, Shorf.
Yeah, I saw that. I'll fix it.
Oh my god, that Pally tank with 99s on every single fight.
The other thing is
Fuck is
too
that?
in the future, you don't have to do this, but you know, if you want to give your phone number out to any one of the officers or anything like that, you know, to get a hold of you in cases, you know, it's like you're on the bench or shit like that, you know, feel free to. Or at the very least, make sure you have Discord on your phone.
Tam's the operator, so we should always call her, right?
Have notifications turned on. You can set your phone to where it just gives you notifications off, you know, this server, so, and mute the rest of it. So your phone doesn't get spammed. Yeah, you guys hit it out of the park with Day. Day's going to be there for a long time.
I hope so. I mean, we thought that about Trestle too, though. I almost went over to Youngstown, like when he was at Youngstown State. My one friend and I almost went over to try out for the team because we're like, didn't have a full team, and we kind of realized that he was going to be pretty damn good.
Alright, cool. Caps here. Get all boats finished up. Alright, we're good to go. Get in your spots. We had a nice little break, so do this right. We're stunned and silences.
Nothing I can do about that one.
Watch AoE.
AoE. One's run. No, never mind. We're good. Spikes. These are warlock ads. They're not going to move.
Help me start DPS on whatever.
God damn it.
The master now.
Start stacking up. Orbs, 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 orbs. Split. Can you get Strohs? Strange honk.
He's down.
Down.
Yep.
Have Chris get you up when he can. Stack up.
Be careful. Do not stand on the barrier.
Careful, blooms. Good. Good job. Orbs, orbs, orbs. Wait for your breaths. There we go. Get the orbs. Then split. Orbs. Stack. No blooms. Everybody in. Chris, get strange when you can.
No breath, spread.
Spread.
It didn't go through. Or he died instantly? No.
No, I don't think I've been through.
No AoE.
Hold on, Jackal.
Mage has start DPS and it won't move.
But I'm lost. I cannot find my way back.
Still should be one more spike. Nope, we're good. Everyone starts stacking up. Rest are good. Split. Orbs, orbs, orbs.
Forward left.
Caster's Lust if you haven't already, but we have no alive shamans for that.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Back. Orbs, orbs, orbs. What? Watch the get-ins.
Orbs, guys.
And just watch your feet, watch the get-ins.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Orbs.
No breaths, no breaths.
Orbs.
Orbs. If you guys can immunity those, do so please.
And start DPS.
The nightmare is over. The spell is broken.
See, that should be the last spike. Yep. These are pretty stats, by the way, they need interrupt. Alright. Split. Oh, never mind. Darkness. Get back together. Now split. Get in the middle. Get in the middle. Get out. Stay alive. Be fine. Stack.
This one's yours, Dan.
We have to move after this. Armageddon.
Press are good. Split. Forget orbs. Watch the get in. Yep.
You guys need to call it.
That was my fault. I got nervous.
That's probably going to be a white, maybe? No, you guys got two more. We're good.
You guys can start stacking up if you have dart, by the way. If you're slow, start moving.
Press. Split. No orbs to worry about. Just stay out again. Stay alive.
I get an ace right here real quick.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Mitch, move.
Doesn't keep you. I can't. My internet's fucking locked up.
Run.
Get one more sub.
No, this is the last dragons. You have to kill them.
Last one. So after this, we're fucked. Stack up.
Oh no, call it, please.
It's alternating. It's not hard.
Well, call it.
Kill it.
How can you guys not properly communicate on that? Jesus Christ. There's no reason for the two of you not to be talking.
Oh, feels bad for kidding. Jesus Christ. Don't take a picture of that loot.
Oh no.
Yikes.
Ouch.
Oof.
Fucking trash loot.
Can't you use that for as a warrior for leveling or whatever?
Oh yeah, he wants that for Titan's Grip.
Fuck yeah, I do.
I was about to say.
Sure.
That's me. I'm fucking Titan's Grip Fury Prot.
Oh, nice. Another Healy staff.
Two-hander and a shield.
That's actually like a thing.
It is a thing. I'm serious about it too.
You can actually do it. I don't know how good it really is, but it's possible.
Does it matter?
Alright, so let them do their loot shit real quick. I'm just gonna grab some things real quick and then I'll let everybody go. Just give me 1 second. Like, kiss the kid goodnight.
Yes.
Okay.
So what'd you make with that balloon?
I thought he was sticking his mic right up his ass.
Maybe that's what he did with the balloon.
Bringing renewed hope to all those who still stand against the burning crusade. As the Legion's final defeat draws ever nearer, stand proud in the knowledge that you have saved worlds without number from the flames. Just as this day marks an ending, so too does it herald a new beginning.
That's third. And Kep.
Star and Kep.
Loot Council corrupt as fuck.
Oh, no doubt.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
And Shackle that went ahead and made that black.
Shorf wanted that for meme spec.
Shorf is a meme spec.
No, like it's off spec for everybody. What the fuck? Why can't we roll?
What are y'all bitching about down here?
Fucking sword. It's off spec for everybody. Why can't we roll?
Well, I would have taken it for main spec, but just to be a dick to you guys.
No, I mean legit. It's off spec for everybody.
The little roll feature in game that the RC Loot Council had me at 99, and I was like, yes.
Yeah, if only.
They're definitely giving it to me. It's all spec. They definitely provide that roll. Yeah, look, here I go, Paul. Yeah, oh.
It's a sick ass sword. Looks really cool.
I thought that was really good for Titan's grip.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone needs new weapons to level with now. We all our warriors have one-handers, and we're like, wait a second, we level with two-handers now? Fuck.
The badge two-hand axe is actually pretty damn good. It's 150 badges though.
It's I don't remember. I just looked it up too. Is it unique?
No.
Okay, cool. I have 300 badges saved up. Perfect.
Oh, you can't even see the portal on
Clutch.
Yeah, I actually don't think any two-handers are unique because, like, well, besides like Shadowborn. But
Right. Because they wouldn't have needed to be.
right, exactly.
Now that begs the question: are they going to add the unique?
I guess we'll find out.
No, it's just like things in like Shadowborn. You can't have two legendary axes up.
It's a quest. You can't complete the quest twice.
Yeah, you just literally can't acquire it. It wouldn't even be labeled unique, probably.
No, like if you could acquire them, you could use them, I suppose.
If you cheated the game.
Be a GM or something.
I mean, they sometimes do put unique on a quest item, which is silly.
Hey guys, I did it. I killed Killshot, and I was dead the whole time, but I was in the raid.
Proud of you. Good work.
Yeah.
Count.
So I'm a little confused. I was like inside the circle, and it still hit me for 60 grand. Like I wasn't on the edge. I was like a few steps in too.
You jumped in.
You got the defective shield.
Yeah, I did not jump in. I just walked in, and just stood there and was like, "Why am I dead?"
It does it once in a while.
But it was like the last second before it went off because it's got to take a minute for it to actually register that you have the shield.
As soon as the shield went down, I ran in because I had Fire Bloom. Maybe it just like resisted, but like Chuck said, it just happens every once in a while. Maybe it only does 24 people, and they're like, "Fuck you."
That's like
Just
when
didn't
the
update
mages,
your position somehow or something.
it's like when the mages blink into it, it doesn't register a new position unless we walk sidestep and stuff inside the shield.
Yeah, ideally when you're doing mechanic like that, you want to strafe in, because strafe will update server side that you got it.
Over just walking forward?
No, there's a delay walking forward. It's not immediate.
The axes are different.
It's disappear or something? DC, I'll be right back.
He said he's tucking in the kids.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. All right, so it's my little penny. Okay, so in regards to the raid times, that's fairly obvious. So, and the people that we had conflicts with, we talked to, you know, one-on-one, and you know, pretty much worked it out. And thankfully, it's the schedule change is basically not going to affect 99% of the guild, which is great. because the less people we lose, you know, to that, because we were worried we were going to lose a lot of people to that, and it fortunately worked out. So we were very happy with that. Trying to think. The big thing we need to talk about is performance, and you know, and I'm not going to lie, and it's just, you know, something we noticed. I know some people are sick of SUNWELL, and some people are this and that, and you know, so on and so forth. But our performance from, you know, from the beginning of Black Temple, you know, which we fucking crushed, you know, up until about this point, has not been what it needs to be. Just overall, across the board. And we're going to tighten that up when it comes to Wrath. So you just be prepared to expect it. So this lackadaisical approach with which we take to some things is going to end. Now, in regards to raid signups and what is it? Raid signups and stuff like that, I'm getting rid of them completely. In regards to regular scheduled raids. So basically, we raid Tuesday, Thursdays, and Mondays. Unless you post in the planned absences channel that I'm out for so-and-so period, I expect you to be here. And that's what I'm going to base all my rosters off of. So it's just going to be that simple. Either you're not here or you're here, you know? So that's what it all comes down to. Because it's just maintaining, hunting people down for signups, blah, blah, blah. It just does, it's a fucking pain in the ass. And I'm just tired of chasing people and just, no, I'm just not doing it anymore. And then if, you know, you consistently need reminders from somebody to show up or to, you know, blah, 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 so on and so forth, well, then again, I'll just find people that are more reliable. Because, again, we're just not going to, we're going to start tightening the screws on a lot of things. Now, that doesn't mean, like, the 80% thing, like I said, with the attendance, that still stays, you know? So you still have some flexibility to work with attendance-wise. You can miss a day or two here or there over, you know, a rolling 6-week period, and you'll be fine. I think it's like 3 or something like that. And you're good, you know? But if you're consistently missing raids due to real life, you know, and I understand real life happens, but the fact is, the more people that can play consistently is what's better for the group. So if you end up running into issues, you're going to get demoted and you're going to have to work your way back up. You know, it's just unfair to other people who do show up consistently 99 to 100% of the time, you know, to make way for somebody that's maybe here, you know, 75% of the time. So you need to keep that in mind. Consumes. It's not going to be like what you saw with SUNWELL. SUNWELL was like a one-time use case. I'm just going to warn you now, when Wrath comes out, you need to have a plan in regards to, you know, make sure you have enough gold for your consumes. There's so many dailies in Wrath of the Lich King, you should never have any issues with gold, to be quite honest with you. If you do have issues with gold, it basically means that you're being lazy. It just is. It just means you're lazy. Or you're raid logging, and you're just raid logging 2 nights a week, and then you're not using any time that you have to farm the things that you need to, and so on and so forth. So, you know, that is, yeah, that is your problem, not ours. And then, of course, the small leadership change. You know, Vizzy's going to go back down to officer, and then Carlos is going to take over his spot as co-GM. So it'll basically be me and Carlos as GMs, and then everything else pretty much stays the same with the loot council and everything. I know I didn't put it in the post, and Wiz had asked about it earlier about professions. I'm going to highly, highly suggest, and I'm not going to force people to do this because I really am not big on forcing people profession-wise, but if engineering is good for your class, I highly suggest you use it because it has a lot of utility in Wrath. Just keep that in mind. No gathering professions, none of that you know, none of that bullshit. You need to have nice, useful professions for your mains. One of the other things I didn't kind of write in the post that with your alts, we haven't really locked down who's, you know, and some people are probably still kind of waffling back and forth on what their alts are going to be, or their quote-unquote main alt, you know, their main secondary character is going to be. If you have changed your mind from the last time you took the survey or anything like that, just let me know. If you're thinking about doing a different class, so I can kind of, I'm going to start inputting the alts onto the spreadsheet that I linked and then we can kind of get an idea of what it would look like if we were to run like another 25 man, or with 10s and so on and so forth. The one sticking point when it comes to running 10s and running alternate raids outside of the main raid is going to be mostly one thing, and it's going to be healers. So if you can, and you're going to roll an alt, healers. So because it's just needed. Because like for example, I'll give you a little thing. Like with Tam and Dirty, there are 2 main holy paladins, but past that, we don't have any. So that's kind of the thing when it's when you're kind of looking at your alts and stuff like that. It's here, actually let me do this. I'm going to share my screen because I'll show the last one that we had. I gotta make sure.
I can have a holy pally. He's just my gathering too, as well.
Yeah, I've got a sheet that's got the last. So it's right. I think that's the responses one. Let me go back one more. Yeah, here we go. This is the one because I made this one after after we did the first survey and stuff like that, and then we kind of. Well, actually, we do have a lot of paladin healer alts.
I think that wasn't the issue. I think it was just.
Yeah, no, this is the issue because look at how many paladins we have. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I think
7.
we had too many paladins.
That's
Yeah,
a
we
good time
have.
to play. I'm changing mine then off Paladin.
Yeah, because we've got 7 primary paladin alts. We've got like, let's see, 4 warlocks, 3 mages, 3 rogues, 1 hunter, 2 warriors, 3 druids, but 2 of those are healers and 1 is a boomkin. See, we got 1 Death Knight tank, 2 Death Knight tanks actually, but Tharg's going to use his with his friends mostly.
That's a pretty good showing for engineering.
You could change my Paladin to Shaman Healer DPS instead of Paladin for alt.
3 Death Knight tanks, actually 4.
Yeah. So I mean, these are the things we need to take into consideration when it comes to. So what'd you say for yours, Ari?
Let's go Shaman DPS.
Shaman?
Yeah.
Enhance or?
Enhance resto probably. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go melee then with yours, and then
I mean,
healer.
I could do LA resto. I don't care.
Oh,
Please take hands. I want someone to talk to.
What'd you say, Cap?
You can take the rogue off if you want because I have no clue what my alt's going to be. I can't decide.
Okay.
Rogue, obviously.
I'll keep your rogue there for now because I know you're pretty good at it. Because that's what you played before during Wrath. When you change your mind, just let me know. That's all.
I suggest just one-on-one is fine. That'd be great, so we don't have like 30 people telling us at one time.
And if I'm not around, you can let any of the other officers know. We talk to each other all the time in officer chat on the channel that we have on Discord. So if I'm not around, you can easily tell Carlos or any of the other officers, and then we'll just be like, okay. And I'm not the only one that has access to mess with these sheets, so other people can do it as well. So those are just some things to take into consideration. Raid comp isn't all that bad in general with what we're going to be doing. Like I said, we are going to start with 2 paladin tanks, and we're not going to have a blood DK tank to begin with, but Carlos is going to roll 1, and so he'll basically be playing both tanks. So there will be times where, his prop paladin will be the first one when we're starting to gear up through max and stuff like that, and then we're going to start bringing his blood DK in once his paladin kind of gets what it needs and so on and so forth to get it geared up. For Ulduar and stuff like that. So we have that flexibility if a quote-unquote blood DK is, if we feel it's required for some encounters. The only bad thing about not having is, obviously, we won't have Hysteria. But the good thing is nobody will be complaining about not getting Hysteria, so win-win. As far as bench rotation, stuff like that are concerned, that's still going to work the same. We'll put people through as best we can and try not to, leave people out for lengthy periods of time, try to keep it rolling and everything. But that is dependent on the guild being upfront with their availability and so on and so forth, so we can plan ahead of time, Like if you're taking off for a week for whatever reason, then I can make that your sit week, and then so on and so forth. So most people are pretty good with that. It's just something to keep in mind because obviously with Wrath, you're gonna have the holidays coming up. We've got the whole Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. We're gonna have to go through that whole jaunt, basically through the holidays again, and then figure shit out. So just again, keep that in mind. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Carlos?
That's a big one. The best way to look at it with Wrath, I mean, with the way they kind of did Sunwell rolling into Wrath, they made it so the mechanics was even larger than before. I kind of want you guys to look at it as almost if you guys are trying to earn your roster spot back, because it's a brand new game. And the way things go, phase 1 is the best way to get used to everything. There's a lot to do ish. So I mean, if you're not doing something that night, I mean, there's plenty of other things you should be farming. Essentially, you could do quick 5-mans while if you're not the 25-man. Don't waste that time. I would block it off and just be prepared to be doing stuff. The other kind of flip side to that stuff is if you're not comfortable with that tune, or if you feel like you made a bad decision, phase 1 is the time to go, I can't play this, or I don't like playing this. It's not the playstyle I wanted. Can I try a different class? Because phase 1 is the time where you're literally going to be gearing everything up to the teeth because we're going to have time. All right, there's you got your 10s and 25s. We got badges galore that are coming out of our ass. So you have all your 200 gear pretty quick, and you have your 213 gear probably just as fast. So just be prepared and be ready. It can't kind of stress it enough. There's not a lot of homework to do in P1. There should be enough if you want to min and max it. And we're going to start looking at that performance the same way. And, somebody's performing better. I mean, why would we eventually bring somebody that's going to do worse than somebody down? And we'll talk to you about it. But yeah, you guys are earning your spot back essentially.
As far as class needs are concerned, I mean, the big things we're probably looking at is probably, like I mentioned, the feral cat thing, but it's not entirely necessary. It's good to have a feral as a third off tank. I mean, with the meta comp, like I had posted before, but they're not. Again, it's not necessary. It's a very high to play feral kitty requires a very high skill player because the skill gap on that class is humongous. Because the drop off, if you miss a bleed or you don't refresh it properly, you'll literally lose 30% of your DPS. It's a very punishing class to play. So what I would like to have is probably another DK though, because this is no offense to Kitten and Strange, but I'd rather, I mean, because if one of them is out for whatever reason, then we're stuck with one, and that's not good. So we need a third, so we ensure that we always have at least a Frost and an Unholy in the raid at all times. So that's one thing we need to look at. We need to recruit it, or we need to, look and see if there's anybody that possibly wants to, play that instead of something else. And I think Zips, you had mentioned you weren't opposed to that because you're not kind of married to Hunter right now, right?
So I don't want to tank. That's what it comes down to. So I mean, I'm down to DPS and one or the other, but I talked to Carlos and we were kind of like, it kind of makes sense to stay Hunter, like unless you guys are cool with me not tanking, but it doesn't sound like that's what the spot's for.
Yeah,
I mean, my plan is to dual spec and the second spec be blood.
Once again, though, we need to make sure that all the DKs do that, and because of their availability, like I said,
Right.
And one goes out, I don't want to be up shit's creek. I know we are looking at a DK recruit right now, so we'll know soon a little bit more kind of on that idea. So just to kind of give you a heads up, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have another. But we'll know more. I mean, it's kind of tough for now because there are people that want to play it, but I'll be honest, there are people that want to play it, and then there are people that can play it. That's two big things as well. I mean, if they come in, they recruit, and they kind of suck balls, I mean, shooting ourselves in the foot. We want people that can actually play. So I mean, if we had somebody that was steady now that I kind of trusted, I could be like, oh yeah, and they wanted to play DK, then I'd leverage them more than I would recruit.
Yeah. So I mean, again, if anybody's interested in swapping and wants to take it over, just again let me or Carlos know, and then because I mean, like with the comp, I haven't done it yet on this sheet, and if you're still watching my stream, but this will comp it. I can do it with 10 mans and all that stuff. It'll make sure people have the buffs, blah blah blah. It's really good. once you get it all set up. But yeah, that's the main thing. Because, like, for example, like, yeah, Thobalin and Kep are going to be our two main reds, but ideally we're only going to bring one. So, you know, so we got some flexibility to work with, as long as people are flexible and don't have a problem with re-rolling or doing anything like that. So, because if you go to the roster planner tab, you can kind of see what the breakdown of all our classes are. So we got 2 druids, 2 warriors, 2 rogues, 5 warlocks, 3 mages, 2 hunters, 3 shamans, 4 priests, 6 paladins, and 2 DKs. So, and it breaks everything. I mean, so we've got 31 players, you know, total as a core, which is good. I mean, we've got the numbers. We just need to kind of tweak things a little bit as far as raid comp is concerned. So.
I'll main in DK, but I demand Shadowmourne.
Fuck you. Good. God.
That's
How do I
damn right.
start a meet again? Hold on. Let me check there.
Thar gets the first
I'll get a
one,
goddamn
sorry.
legendary one of these fucking expansions.
Put him back in the fight now. Yeah, we'll know more a little bit longer. I mean, like I said, phase 1 is the time to figure it out. Pre-patch is a good time to figure it out. You know, and you expect you to kind of be up there. I mean, this is the time to do everything. This is time to level up. This is time to do all your profession shit. Because there's actually quite a bit to do. So if you can't put the time into it, and if you can't put the effort into it, don't come to us and be like, "Yeah, I'll do it." And then, you know, a month in, and I'm like, you know, you said you were gonna do it, but you're nowhere near it. You know, I don't expect you guys to be speeding. I don't want you guys to kill yourselves. You know, some of the people are gonna go sweaty. Some of the people are gonna be 80. You know, in like a day or two. I don't necessarily feel like you have to. We don't even know the way that they're gonna do raids yet. Rumor has it, and it's actually kind of a solid rumor. That they may hold off for the first week. If ideally, obviously, if we have 10 people 80, or if we have 20, 25 people, that'd be nice the first week. And then, you know, focus on your olds, get them up. But like I said, everybody has real life shit. I'm not expecting you guys to be ready to go in a couple days. That's just not feasible, and I know that 100%. The other thing is too, I know it happened a little bit at the beginning of TBC. Kind of noticed it myself. People felt like they got left behind. You shouldn't feel that way with Wrath. If you are feeling that way, honestly, you're just probably not putting in the effort. It doesn't take much. There's even cheesier ways to do it if you really wanted to not have to deal with a lot of that bullshit. So feel free. There's multiple ways of getting up to 80 quick. There's also multiple ways of getting up to 80 and not blowing your brains out because you're just doing the same dungeon over and over. But however you do it, just make sure you get it done, and then, yeah, don't feel like you're being left behind. But if you start slacking, you know, don't feel bad if you're not being taken, or like, oh, how come, you know, these guys are going and they're set? Why aren't you taking me? Well, it took you like 3 or 4 weeks to get up to 80. Probably not what we're looking for. You're not putting enough effort. I hate to say it.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, if you got something coming up in your life that's going to take you out for a little bit, and you be like, "Look, I don't think I'm going to be able to get," just communicate with us.
Yeah.
That's just the big thing. Just keep the lines of communication. I mean, because we've been pretty good as a guild with that for the most part. You know, it's just, you know, we're, like we've always said, we're open books. So you have, you know, just let us know. You know, just communicate. That's it. Because you got to remember, 24 other people rely on you to do your best, show up, and help the raid team succeed. I mean, it is, we're all in this together. It's not just one person. Yes, there are some critical pieces, you know, here and there that have a little bit more importance than others, but overall, you know, everybody plays a part, you know, and that's what we've tried to build this whole entire raid team about, is about that, just helping each other out. The other thing I want to speak to, too, though, is on getting stuck behind. Now, granted, some of us have leveling groups that we've already got together, you know, and some of you might not have groups that you're going to be leveling with. Help each other out. So if you're a Chad and you level, you know, just for a grand example, and, you know, you're like Paladin Extraordinaire and you're soloing Car or some shit like that, and you're done in like a day or two, you know, turn around and help your friends out. You know, if somebody's behind, needs help with something, help them out. You know, just because you're 80 doesn't mean you're done, and then, you know, and you get to just watch everybody else and be like, hi, help them out. You know, if you can boost them in a dungeon, go do that, or whatever. Just, you know, don't let people stay behind. If they're, because, and I noticed this at the beginning of TBC as well, in addition to it, we had a lot of people, we had some people that leveled fast, got there, were starting to do, you know, their rep and their attunements and stuff like that. And there were other people that were asking for help for things that were a little bit behind. And everybody was just like, yeah, whatever. Don't do that. That's just, you know, because that ends up making people resent other people because, you know, well, I asked for help. Nobody would help me. You know, just, yeah, don't do that. Help each other out. So, does anybody have any questions? Because now's the time to bring it up. I've got like pretty much the entire guild in here for the most part, and you have our 100% attention. So if you have anything to ask about Wrath, now is the time to do it.
Oh, I do want to touch on one little thing. Yes, Tam. So the plan is, and we had talked about this in officer chat. We were going to give everybody a mental break. There's a couple people that are already like, "Hey, I just need a couple weeks off before Wrath actually hits." Do we want to say the date, Mitch, and just say when we're going to stop essentially the requirement for mandatory attendance?
Yeah, I mean, we'll basically cut it off. I mean, we'll just figure out a drop dead date. The only thing is, I'll just put it this way: Sunwell after and I think people have a misconvoluted idea of how Sunwell is after the nerfs. Let me put it to you that this is how easy it is with Wrath talents. You going into Karzon with a full Sunwell geared raid right now, it's that easy. The place is a joke. Now, for some classes, the only reason we would like to do it once a week when pre-patch hits is because for some classes, there are pre-raid BIS Nax items that drop off of the ladder bosses in there. So, help with our initial gearing for Wrath if we do push that for the and then also to get our DKs in there to get some things that they can possibly get as well. It just makes things more efficient. And the raid shouldn't take more than 90 minutes to 2 hours. Even if we fuck around and have nights like tonight, it shouldn't even take that long. So, because literally it's 30%, you know, and you have freeze bubbles all over the place, and the mechanics get nerfed, like the ads. You can interrupt them. You can stun them. You can, all that shit. I mean, it becomes a joke. The ads on Muru become a joke. It's just, the whole place is a joke. So, top of that, so yes, we understand that some people are burned out and people need a break. That's fine. But if you're not and you want to play and you want to do Sunwell so we can get some good pre-raid BIS, then please, you know, do so. And we'll do sign-ups and stuff like that. And if it looks like we don't have enough people for a week, we'll just be like, okay, well, we're not doing it this week. So, but I don't want to hear from the people that are signing up, be like, oh, fuck, we're not doing it this week. No, we're not doing it this week because some people just need a break. So just deal with it. Because we're going to hit Wrath hard, very hard. It's just our ideal as far as performance is concerned. We want to be back in the top 20, or at the very least, well, with the number of guilds on Mankrik now, it's probably going to be like top 30, top 40, because there's more people that are transferring over all the time. So it is to at least be on the front page. You know, not back in the 60s, 70s. No, that's not our standard. It's just not at all. So, but again, you know, if anybody wants to take time off and needs to, you know, regroup and spend some time with the fam and stuff like that, then you're good to go. That's fine. We don't have a problem with it. You know, if need be, we can fill in with people's alts, you know, if they want to bring them in.
With Wrath as well, there's a couple other things that you need to be cognizant of. It's not so much like, yeah, there's gear that's involved, but honestly, there is a level of performance that everybody basically gets to. And the reason we're like requiring, you know, you guys at least hit that 80 mark, is because everybody should be around that area. If you're not in that spot, either you're doing mechanics wrong, or you're really doing something to the point where you're actually not performing well. And that should be a really huge like flag to you, letting you know that you're doing something wrong. It just because it's no longer let's bring this class comp because we want to actually kill the shit. It's now bring the player because the player is now the focus, and a lot of the talent changes, a lot of the build changes are just that. If you come into a raid with Beastmaster, obviously you weren't paying attention for the last 6 months that everybody was bitching and complaining about it.
Wait, what?
If you come in as an Ice Mage and a Frost Mage, obviously we're going to give you that blink stare for a little bit, and then, you know, move you to the bench nice and quietly, and then just kind of let you know that you weren't paying attention. But there's definitely certain sore spots to that, but it really is now bring the player. It is focusing on mechanics that we've struggled in Sunwell. You guys have to change that. It really is mechanics from here on out. It's 100% mechanics, and small little things that we can change and we'll adjust. We'll help you guys along the way. Like, remembering to keep all of our 226 item level stuff when we start moving into Uldor, making sure everybody has that to kind of help improve the Flame Leviathan. There's more tricks of the trade and stuff that we have our notes on, but just be mindful that it's, I'm missing this one piece of gear that's going to make or break my best in slot. It's not as stringent as that anymore. If you're not doing the mechanics, you're not actually, performing, then that's going to show up very glaringly.
Yeah, if anybody watched Scotty J's videos, he goes over it pretty well, and some of the other streamers do too. The gear, True Biss in Wrath is not like True Biss in either TBC or Classic. It just isn't. The difference between one piece to the next, it's not like, you're not going to get these big, 30, 40 DPS increases that are going to pop out of nowhere, with items and stuff like that. It's a lot more homogenous, unfortunately, in that respect, but it's also a lot more balanced in regards to the stair stepping with gear power. So, yeah. So if you're not parsing well, or, granted, there's going to be some people where they get stacked with hysteria. I mean, we'll ignore that shit. We know Wrath well enough to know, when people are hysteria stacking or trick stacking or, whatever type thing. But, yeah, 80 is enough of a floor that you should be able to reach, regardless of all that. What did you say?
I was gonna say 90 pluses as well, or also I think once you start looking at 99s, your 100s, you can hit 98s, 96s, 97s, hell even 99s without even getting tricked or hysteria. The tricks and hysteria crap is like your top of the line, top 15 of your class, top 10 of your class, stuff like that.
So, but it's just to give you an idea, we're going to be focusing on performance a lot more than what we do now. So, but anybody got anything else they want to ask or bring up?
Anyone good with professions and speed leveling them in a proper way without breaking the bank? Because I struggle with that a lot. And I need to.
Profession person, honestly, or just get one of the guides.
Because I know Kitten sent me a JC one. I'm mainly looking for something for engineering.
You can just go
He's
to Wildhead.
He's got an engineering one also.
Yeah.
You go to Wildhead and do it, but the biggest thing is you can buy resource kits from people.
Don't just like blindly follow it. Take a look, and if all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can make this thing for way cheaper, even if you only get 5 points out of it, it's usually worth it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, don't buy all the mats for like power leveling a profession. Like, you wanna go to the auction house and like and see what your options are and just train it, because especially in the early levels, it's like cheap as fuck to just like buy all the
right now
all the patterns.
Right now, copper ore is almost 9 gold a stack.
Yeah,
Also,
serious? Wow.
if you're just doing a profession for Wrath now, you only need to go to 350 because low level Wrath shit starts at 350. You don't
Definitely don't go above 350 for sure.
Right. There's nothing you need between now and the end of our Sunwell if you don't already have it. Like, don't necessarily need anything above 350.
Yeah, the other thing to take note, and like Waiku brought up a good point, when pre-patch hits, that's when we're going to start shifting people around and stuff like that. Like, once our DKs get, if we continue to do Sunwell during pre-patch stuff like that, once our DKs get leveled and stuff like that, we'll start inserting them into the raid comp and stuff like that, and we'll start playing around with it just to kind of get used to kind of what a quote-unquote Wrath raid comp would look like. So it's not like, like, for example, like the tanks will change, Chris will go boomkin, a lot of those changes will end up happening, and then we'll, so Chris will go boomkin, Carlos will go to his tank, Danzig will stay on his, and then so on and so forth. And then we'll just kind of get used, to our new meta.
Yep.
Your mage leveled yet, Shorf?
69.5.
Slacking over there.
I'm gonna finish him up tonight.
But, well, if nobody has anything else for us, I mean, you guys are good to go. So, again, if you think of anything, again, shout out us at Discord and stuff like that, and we'll clarify things as need be. So, I look forward to Yeah, sign-ups. Make sure your sign-ups are locked in for tomorrow so I can get the roster out, please, if you haven't already.
Stockpile honor.
Oh, yeah.
Tower honor is super simple.
If you're a tank, you probably want anywhere between 30 to 50k because it's just cheap and chance you can get. I think they're 12 and a quarter or something like that.
Isn't honor really easy to get in Wrath?
It is,
You
but
can get winter
all the
pass.
prices are doubled basically.
Yeah, they're doubled. Yeah.
So it's easier to get, but it's more expensive. That you
Bank
can
it now.
you can cap your honor at 149k though. If you get 100 of each mark, and you hit the cap of 75k on the just base honor, because then all those marks turn into X number of honor per mark or whatever. But you
Yeah,
can
I
get an
think it's
extra
2K.
70. You can get 74k out of turning in all the marks. So you can bank up to 149k, which is shitload
Really good.
for.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you could buy whatever the hell you wanted to, kind of thing, like 2 weapons kind of stuff.
So what do you guys recommend we do with the honor? Why should we be banking it right off the bat?
There's actually gear there. I mean, it's not the greatest, but it is a nice
Free
stepping
loot.
stone. And then
Well, that's
there's
what I was
also
going to shoot for, but
chance.
I was wondering if there's anything else.
If there's
It's also needed discounted honor gear later, same as this one.
and there's enchants, like shoulder enchants. They have like some. I've heard tanks. It makes more sense. Not so much if you're not a tank, really. The other
Okay,
ones are
okay.
Crap.
But like on your alt, it's good to keep it banked for using the badge gear later.
Yeah.
Or not badge, the arena gear discount once it turns into honor gear.
Yeah, and the whole healing changing to spell power and all that type of stuff too. So it's even beneficial for healers to stock it up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do that just in case they had some kind of weapon I could buy at 80 that I didn't. That would be a bonus.
Yeah, if nobody got anything else, I'm good. I gotta go quell my wife. Just watching Better Call Saul. Fuck.
You dead.
Yep.
Ooh, Dad, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Question on loot prio, if allowed. Since you're all here.
What do you mean? What about loot prio?
Just a specific trinket and axe that with me looking, because I look at the shaman stuff day in and day out, and with these new changes coming.
Spit it out. What is it?
It's honestly, yeah, it's pretty damn good for you.
Dying curse. It's like it's looking like it's the nuts.
No, it is. It's best for you for like 2 tiers at least.
It's good for every caster, I think, isn't it?
Better.
It dropped from 4 bosses a raise.
It dropped
There's
from
a
4
good
bosses,
chance
but
you're gonna see a lot.
But it's like it's with the ability for me to now reset, obviously Bloodlust, Fire Elemental, which then scales off of my spell power, as well as the spell hand stuff looking each and every day looking like it's getting better and better and better and better. The more shit comes out about it, Dying Curse is going to become a piece that like I get and then I just don't get rid of for a long time.
A lot of people are in the same boat because it's best for 2 patches or some people. So.
Yeah.
We should see a lot of them. Though.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, with the loot prio sheet, I mean, it's going to be, I mean, we'll do it like we do every tier, and then you guys will be able to debate with us whether or not, so on and so forth with prio, and then we'll, come to a decision, put it on the sheet, and then that'll be the end of it.
That Scotty J video, you should make a mandatory watch for everyone because that's so true what he says when there's like 2-3 items that are really close to each other. But there's no way we're getting like enough pennant cloaks and illustrations of the Dragon Soul, no matter how many splits and times we do them.
Yeah, it's a repeat of the whole like DST and all that bullshit. But the gaps between, trinkets and stuff like that isn't exactly as big as it is now.
Like, there's a lot that are close to illustration for certain classes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely forgot about illustration.
Kind of sad they took out the stacking trinkets, the same type of trinkets. I remember back when I used to play melee shaman, I had the heroic and normal 10-man version of that
Yeah.
that trinket off the ship boss and 10-man.
Got to add 2 solaces on my healer in
Get back real quick.
POGC. That was amazing.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. GG. Glad I could step in to help from the floor.
You did good, sir.
Yeah, okay.
I had to chase you down like 7 times to breath you.
Good night.
You know.
Good night.
But Justin, I thought you were doing that heal spec.
Fuck no. Where did you hear that?
That's supposed to be your dungeon group.
The fuck?
Nail.
Nightmare.
The fuck? I'm not. Alright, gonna have to
He said
fucking
he'd
kill
do
me
whatever's the
before I do
best for
that.
the guild.
I'd pay money for Maelstrom weapon heals right now, leveling.
Y'all call me fucked up if you think I'm doing that shit.
Hey, you could speed run dungeons for leveling though with that spec, 'cause you can DPS and heal at the same time. Trust me, I get it. It's just hilarious when somebody actually theory crafted it.
It's more of just a dungeon leveling thing, though. It's not
It's more of
serious
a
for later.
dungeon thing. It's not. Yeah, it's not really necessary.
And it's only like if you're in a really geared group, like you're not pugging dungeons and doing that shit.
I mean, my damage alone just with some old gear, and I mean, physical, like the actual spec enhance, because there's a running meme in the shaman thing where like people are saying you've been lied to. Spell enhance isn't just it's just enhance. Nothing is different with it whatsoever. It's just a literally like 2 or 3 pieces of gear just swapped around. But
It's basically what Cat or MOP enhances, just without the talent. I think that converts a large chunk of your attack power to spell power, or switching your spells off attack power. I don't remember what it was, because you're doing the same thing.
it was in Wrath. It's mental quickness. Our AP is like our spell power and everything gets changed around. It's just it's really good. What was I gonna say? Brain fart. Because I'm playing Hearthstone at the same exact time. But you know, it's like the sim. We're still getting our sim and everything, but the physical, like the difference between spell and physical. I know in ICC we go back to physical just because of our tier set being absolutely bonkers broken, which I'm assuming is a lot for people in ICC with their 4 pieces, but Spellhance is just gonna be really good in T7. Flat T7's like really good for it with Ray Strike and whatnot.
No,
Ulduar and 2 GC is when we're gonna you're gonna see like maybe people wanted to change to different things.
Spellance is good in 8 still. It's pretty much after that.
Afterwards, it's like
yeah,
you can probably go do something else.
Enhanced Shaman, I think the funnest time I had with it was either in Kata or MOP, I don't remember. When they actually focused everything into their physical damage, like in all their different abilities, instead of just having a certain way of playing it here or there. They just gave you you were basically GCD locked to play it. Got so many things you can hit. I think that's when like Storm Strike actually hit like a freaking truck.
your Dying Curse should be first on your prio list for That's My Boast, probably, from what I've been reading.
Who got loot, by the way?
TJ,
Corrupt.
did somebody actually get the healing staff, or did Sug just keep it?
Stroh's took it.
Sure, he's got it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that shit'll last us a fuck ton of time. In Wrath.
Tharic stole the two-hander.
Titan's grip, baby.
There's more than one warrior in the raid. There was like 8 off specs on it.
You're not playing warrior.
Warrior that's getting shoved down the chain.
So? Now you remember that when you can't do Heroic Lich King without me.
Broken New Brook.
Yeah, there you go. I'll be like, nah, I'm busy.
What are you gonna do for your alt? You gonna do your warrior?
Yeah. I'm not 100% yet.
I'm definitely doing my mage. Mage is just so much fun in Wrath.
Mm-hmm. It's a good time to switch.
How many? We typically ran 2, didn't we? Pretty much throughout most of Wrath. I don't remember us bringing.
No, it was 3 to 4.
Did we bring that many?
Mm-hmm.
Especially once you go fire, their DPS should skyrocket. From what I've seen, I mean, by ICC, their DPS should be stupid, shouldn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, warlocks are pretty close as well too, especially Affliction. They really take off around then as well.
I thought the problem with Affliction was though the execute times now are so short that they really don't get much out of it.
Yeah, Fire Mage is 35%.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how the data is going to come out on it, because we only have private server data to kind of judge it off of, and that's going to be unreliable at best. And it's also highly dependent on how much Blizzard is going to tune Nax. I'll have to ask Carlos what they're thinking right now about that.
I hope they tune the shit out of it. I'd like it to be hard.
Well, I mean, on Warmane, they did what, Ari? What, 100%?
Even on 100%, it wasn't hard. Beyond the stuff that just shits on you that you shouldn't be in.
It's just mechanics, and we have trouble now, so.
Like, after a month of gear, even on 100%, we were all just standing on the altar for Hagen and healing through the thing instead of dancing.
I thought they fixed that, because then there used to be a strategy in Classic WoW, but then Blizzard fixed it to where you couldn't do it anymore.
Dude, wasn't that standing in like a safe spot?
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking, you just stand on the stage and just heal through the dance damage. Like, you're still taking the damage. You can just power through it.
Oh, I thought the explosion from the floor was a one-shot. Or is that something else I'm thinking of?
Floor is, but there's a constant damage that goes if you just stay on the platform. That you can just power like lust and heal through.
Oh.
It does a lot of damage though, but it's gonna take a little bit of gear before you can do that outright.
It's going to be interesting to me, at least, because everybody's been doing peace servers for so long. I wonder how big the change is going to be, the difference is going to be between what Blizzard allows out and what people have gone through with the P servers.
The other thing that's going to be interesting too is this new change that they're doing, which I fucking love. I'm actually stunned that they had the foresight to actually think about putting the retail buff system in. I mean, doing that was just like, wow, you guys actually pulled your head out of your ass and did something good.
Yeah, that's nice.
What? I don't remember which one that is.
But the thing is that's going to change how speedrunning works too. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, it doesn't concern us, but I mean, just from an entertainment perspective, it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts that part of the community, like progress and so on and so forth.
What's the buff system?
Well, they're changing bloodlust. So basically, you know how you get the sated debuff?
Yeah.
And like at the beginning of move room and stuff like that, we have to wait. Well, the same thing happens even when it goes raid wide. The entire raid gets the sated debuff. Well, in retail, cooldowns such as 2-minute cooldowns and things like bloodlust and so on and so forth, they reset the cooldowns on all of them, minus the bigger ones like rebirth, lay on hands, so on and so forth. So every boss encounter, if you wipe or once you kill it, that's it. The debuff goes away.
Oh,
so
I've seen that, yeah.
So essentially you'll have a lust for every boss, but then if it resets on kills as well, does it do that in retail, Justin? Does it reset on kills as well, or is it just wipes?
I read it's just wipes.
He knows because he played retail extensively.
Yeah, I thought it said death.
It's reset on death.
So
basically, what you can do, you'll even see this when Limit does the Royster World first, and whenever they have a fucked up wipe, or like to say they have to reset after they burn lust on trash, is they'll pull the boss. The thing with retail, they have a caveat where everyone has to tag it. You bring it out of bounds, it resets. Okay, everyone's CDs and sated gets taken off. As well as the fact that if you die, yeah, you can get res and get a lust again, but I don't think they'll have that.
They said they're not. They're stopping that.
But they're stopping that.
Sated's lasting through death.
I think that's a retail thing that's going to stay in retail. But no, it's basically you pull the boss, everyone tags it. If you tag it, okay, everything you have resets. If you don't, do it again, so everyone resets. Okay, then go back to normal.
You know what I want in Wrath? I can't remember if it's in Wrath or Kata. When did the guild perks come out?
Kata.
Because I want mass res.
They I think this whole thing about everything like resetting on kill is like this is a Wrath Classic only thing. I don't think it works like that in retail.
Yeah, no, they worded it a little different for the Wrath Classic thing.
Yeah, the CDs all resetting and everything. That's definitely this is the Wrath Classic only thing.
Yeah, tanks should be loving that.
I don't think threat's going to be an issue at all for tanks until ICC.
You know I'm gonna push them.
You can push hard now. You have all CDs getting reset.
Hey, I plan to on a fire because there's basically no threat mitigation for fire.
There's 35%.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
it's on the 4th tier, far right fire tree.
It's only like 10.
35.
That should be fine.
Prot Warrior's arguing with a mage. Come on.
Unless they change it going into TBC. I mean, in the Wrath, right now it's not.
Coming from a Prot Warrior who played a mage in Wrath.
Age-old rivalry.
Because that was part of the.
Hey, you made me play Prot Warrior, damn it. It's your fault.
I don't think Dag can make you do anything.
For Classic and TBC, yes, I did.
Oh,
After the 3rd tank bailed on us after 6 or 8 weeks?
Right there, Shorf. Burning Soul. 2 points for 10% threat reduction.
Oh, no, 35 is the increase on the execute. That's right.
Yeah.
It's still
that's
10%.
Why, yeah, that's why for the fire mages had such a big issue in TBC early on.
I thought there was another one that reduced your crit threat too, though, down at the bottom of the tree. I don't remember.
Fire mage has always been threat horse. Second only to warlocks.
Oh, I remember when I got.
You won't be able to pull it off a good tank, though.
I remember when I got top 50 in the world on World of Logs. as a fire mage, mixed in with all the fucking arcane mages on the Blood Queen. I got the first bite and lit that bitch up. Literally.
Yeah, she's fun because of that buff.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Wrath or is it Sorted Board in Wrath?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's revenge
Yeah,
resets,
it's in Wrath.
right?
Let's see here.
But yeah, I remember in original WoW, that was the 40% I think threat reduction or 30% threat fire mages had, and then it got bumped down the 10% because I guess they thought it was too overpowered for fire. The damage it was putting out to have that much of a threat reduction.
Yeah, well, the problem initially was the rolling ignites. When you rolled ignites too hard, whoever carried it wouldn't fucking pull threat and die. So they were like, well, that's bullshit. If you go fucking out of control DPS, then you should fucking pull threat and die.
Now, I got killed plenty of times in Nax and Classic due to other mages fucking rolling my ignite.
Yeah. It was fun.
Fucking Kaylee would, God, Kaylee
Can't
would
stop,
do
won't
that
stop.
all the fucking time. We'd be like, back off, back off. Nope, he wanted that 99. He would fucking push it. Like, you motherfucker.
I think my favorite clip in Wrath and Axe was it was a Sav Dali stream, and then he got the ignite for almost the whole all of Thaddeus, and they
I
beat their
remember
guild
that.
where it's literally one mage fireballs. If he has it, you get the ignite up, and then everyone scorch spams to keep that shit up. I think he even either died or even did like a flask or petrification, and he still was leaps and bounds. ahead of
Petri
fucking
flashed it.
everybody
That's
else.
when the Petri flash trick was kind of came out. So yeah, he would basically be the first one to get the ignite. He'd get it rolling. As soon as it got too high, he would Petri flask. They would taunt, and then he'd be good. And then if it happened again, and they kept that ignite rolling, and then he got too high, then the tanks would just continue to taunt just to keep taking it. But the timing has to be correct. You know, because you got to take the threat right when he spikes on the threat meter. So we tried that a couple times. Shorf got it down a little bit.
I remember when Fire first made the switch. Remember that log I showed you of Broodlord Latchlayer I had when we first did Fire? It was like a top 10 in the whole fucking server or whole fucking world. That was right when everyone just swapped over to the Fire and shit. So I was cheesing the fuck out of it. That was. I think I had the lucky benefit of being alliance with bops and everything being a thing.
Yeah, bops
like
probably help out a shitload.
Bops were so fucking good.
I mean, you could use a bop rotation on the mage on Thaddeus.
But to be fair, not a lot of our paladins were that great.
Just macro it to a key to click it on your raid frame. Done.
Yeah.
Use that on like click or something to do it.
Thaddeus this time around probably would be funny too, though. But how stupid people's damage is already going to be.
Yeah, you don't run into the threat issues though, really all that much though, because it amplifies the tank's damage as well. And with the changes that happens with the tanks, on Thaddeus, I mean, there's no way you're gonna catch a DK or a paladin on that fight, especially at blood DK. It'll just fucking it'll be ridiculous.
You just run into everybody electrocuted everybody.
That's what I'm waiting for, the people failing with the polarities again. That was so freaking hilarious.
Kind of sucked, honestly.
Oh, it did, but it got to the point where, fuck.
LOL. Allegedly, the cooldown reset's already broken on PTR or whatever on beta. Hunter can reset a noob over and over while the rest of the raid clears with Lust always up.
What? So a hunter stands there a noob and does boss resets, and the rest of the raid 24 man's all the fucking trash.
Yep, exactly. So the sated keeps resetting.
Nice.
So they keep
Amazing.
lusting.
That's why we can't have a pre-patch in the next 2 weeks.
This is why we don't have nice things.
I really hope they don't delay this. I got a bad feeling that they may.
Oh, we're 6 weeks out, so I mean, you got to remember their internal builds are always going to be ahead of what you see on PTR. They're probably like, you know, build-wise, they're probably at least a couple weeks ahead of, you know, what you see there.
Just spooked.
I saw a spoofed blue post today. It was pretty legit looking, but they said that Classic Wrath is delayed until next year due to COVID complications and other personnel issues. I saw it pop up on, I was like, what the fuck? It was total shit though.
I still wish they would have left LFD in.
At least for lower level. At least for like the lower levels. They don't want it in for high level.
You can mount at level 20.
Questing's gonna be so fucking fast.
It is, but you gotta look at the population of the server we're on.
I don't know, I feel like RFD is something they're just overblown about. Like, it's not that big.
Hope they're planning on having a lot of layers though for servers like ours though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need a lot of layers.
I'll talk about RFD in general. Something it feels like it's overblown. I'm talking about like in the very beginning. I'm talking about.
Raise your fin down. It's a fun
Yeah,
one.
LFD.
I'm talking about like leveling alts and all this other shit.
The extent they took it in retail is what broke it to me. I think what the way they did it in Wrath originally is the way it should have been.
Hey, Ari, in Wrath, when is it that we stop using Mind Blast in the rotation?
When you have
tier 10 or whatever?
tier 10 4-piece when you get the Mind Flash stuff, but you still need to do it to keep your replenishment up every so often. But then you just drop it, except for keeping your replen.
By then, we'll probably have geared rets that'll be keeping it up anyways.
True. You generally want 3 though.
Yeah, but each time you do a replenishment, it only a certain amount go out.
In raid members.
Yep.
So yeah, 3 people with replenishment covers the entire raid. Basically, it ends up, well, in later tiers, it'll end up being like 2 rets and Shadow Priest, and then your survival, you'll actually end up having 4, but in earlier tiers, because rets don't perform real well early, they really don't scale well until later on. And then at that point, you'll be bringing like 2 to 3. So the meta comp, I mean, our raid comp's gonna, that's why I keep telling people to be flexible, because there will be points with Twitch, and I probably should have brought this up, I'll bring it up tomorrow night's raid. But, you know, the Nax raid comp is not going to be the same as the Ulduar raid comp. The Ulduar raid comp is not going to be the same as the ICC raid comp, and so on and so forth. So, people have to expect that.
The only raid comp that's important is TOC raid comp, though.
Fuck talk.
At least you don't have to do it half as much.
That place in the ass.
I think the only thing I enjoyed in the end from that place is getting that trinket that turns you into the Demon Lord or whatever.
The amount of times I got focused as a Disc Priest and 10-mans on that fucking fight just made me want to rage quit that game.
I honestly just started wearing mostly PvP gear.
That's what I did.
Priest.
That's exactly what I wore my arena and my regular honor gear because it was just getting so frustrating.
Which fight is that in DOC?
Faction champion. It's basically just a big PvP fight.
Second fight, I believe?
Or second's the gnome dude that summons the warlock.
Not the first.
It's third.
Third, yeah.
First is the beast dude, 2nd is the warlock guy.
remember my raid constantly dying to the big worm or whatever that poisons everybody, just because the poison can get out of hand so badly. But yeah, I remember that the faction fight or whatever being stupid because it was it felt like it was almost overtuned when we first started doing it. It was so damn hard.
It was. Well, the other thing is too is like the coding. I mean, and it did follow a lot of the natural PvP stuff, but the way they coded it, I mean, it was just like the healers would get so hard focused at the start of the fight. It just we were doing shenanigans to protect the healers on the poles, and to try and just prevent them from getting insta-gibbed at the start. But the problem is just a lot of the mobs didn't. Because they didn't follow traditional things, like the threat mechanics mostly is what was wonky on them. Because there was no reliable way to, like, if I wanted that guy stuck on this guy to reliably do that. So what the fight ends up being is, okay, which one's most dangerous out of them? All right, burn lust and burn the fuck out of that one.
The enhancement shaman.
Yeah, the enhancement shaman. Because he goes down and fucking just earth shocks the shit out of people and interrupts them and blah, blah, blah. So that's what the fight ended up turning into instead of like a coordinated like PvP thing. It's all right, which one can we zerg down the most and then we'll be good? And that's basically what guilds ended up doing. You just burn lust at the start, burn 1 to 2 of them. You get to a point where you can burn 2 of them before lust burns out, and then after that the fight's not that hard. But in initial stages, when you go in there with lesser gear, it's frustrating. Just because of the way the mechanics of the fight work. Because there's just no way to predict what, or to mitigate. It's just not predictable. It's so random, the entire fight, and it's random from week to week.
Yeah, and there's no true threat table, I believe, for the tanks, isn't it?
Nope. And everybody has to be on like their random CCs, like blinds and fears and all that. Helps so much.
It really separates the PvPers and the PvEers, though.
Yeah, grounding totems. I mean, a lot of the things you wouldn't think about using in normal fights. You got to break out your toolkit on that fight, like things like a rogue using mind-numbing poisons. Shit like that. Keep the cast times down on the healer so they can be interrupted.
I threw some shields for that, and then just got a bop and ran away and dispelled most of the fight. Dispels are pretty big on that fight too.
Mm-hmm. This new computer is so fucking fast. God, I love it. Let's see, did the majority of people sign up? I want to do the roster.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you're posting the roster yet.
Yeah, I was waiting for people to do their thing with signups.
I think my memories of TOC are spotty at best nowadays. I don't remember Nubercrack or whatever all that much anymore. Just remember that faction fight being the hardest damn thing there.
Memories of Nubarak are people missing interrupts and not being able to kite spikes.
Now that you say that, I do remember the spike deaths. People dying to that all the freaking time. You still here, Mitch?
Yeah, I'm just typing. That's all.
Idly for most of Wrath, do you actually run? Do you remember if you run 3 mages in the raid all the time, or just 3 mages that have 2 in and 1 bench rotation?
It really depends. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Wrath is like, I mean, a lot of the casters are interchangeable for the most part. I mean, you can drop a warlock, bring a fire mage. You can drop a fire mage, bring another warlock, or you can bring, survival hunter, or you can. I mean, it's just the range stuff's like very interchangeable. So
The only one people seem to don't agree on is Ellie Shaman.
yeah, it's just because they don't scale well is the problem. But we'll still play around with it a little bit, possibly.
Wonder how well Boomkins will scale.
Boomkins are pretty good.
I remember seeing somewhere people are saying they're still going to have a really bad mana issue.
It's not the best, but it's down between you need a Boomkin or an Ellie Shaman, so the Boomkin just gets the nod, basically.
That's the biggest thing I heard about it. Ellie Shaman's not being used is because with all the utility they bring, everybody else does and does better.
Yeah. They split with, the Enhancement Shaman can do everything, the Resto Shaman can do the totems, and the Moonkin does the crit buff.
Yeah, and the Totem of Wrath gets overwritten by the Demon Pack or whatever from Demonology, and it's even stronger.
Look, it contributes to it, so it's decent early.
Oh, I
think,
thought
or
it got
something.
overwritten.
I don't think so. I thought it contributed to it.
It'd be fun to be the one Demonology Warlock. Get all this spell power gear before everybody else. It's gonna be interesting for Loot Council for that. Have y'all talked about doing that yet, Mitch?
Doing what?
With the Demonology Warlock, yeah, I know all the people I'll watch videos and read about say that Guild should push all the big spell power stuff on them before
Yeah.
any of the other casters.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
super
100%.
beneficial.
Yeah. The Demo Locks group will quote unquote be stacked. Yeah, you want every spell power buff on the Demo Lock because it's just that 10% becomes larger and larger.
No, I mean gear wise. All the big spell power gear to them before any other caster.
Well, yeah, that too, because it benefits all the casters as well.
Yeah.
So you're not only upgrading the Demo Lock, you're upgrading basically your entire raid by gearing out the Demo Lock. I'll most likely have TJ play that because he's our most consistent Warlock in regards to attendance and everything.
Yeah, you want the most reliable for that.
But I'll probably designate another. I mean, all the Warlocks are going to have Demo as their secondary spec anyways, but I'll probably designate a secondary Warlock that'll be like, quote unquote secondary PLATEAU or whatever. But I'm not too overly worried about that at the moment. We didn't have a pretty good Warlock core in general. I'm just glad we're only basically losing one player by making this time change. That was the one thing we were all really worried about.
Who are we losing?
Dewey.
Oh, I did see his name.
Yeah, he's West Coast. So 9 p.m. is like 6 p.m. his time, and then he can barely, he's able to, work that in, but 5 p.m. his time would just be too early. So, and he's not too entirely sure if he was going to play Wrath either.
I really want to try Feral Cat. It's just like you said, the skill cap on it is so high.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the things they're figuring out where you pretty much have to bear weave to do it.
Are we gonna have an arms warrior or?
Yep, that'll be who.
Okay. So
Hunter will be playing arms, and that way both of our rogues can go assassination, and then Tharg will be fury.
So no mangle for Pharaoh if you get one, that'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
Even easier. Yeah, no mangle to keep up, so it's even easier for Pharaoh.
Yeah, the arms warrior can keep up the physical debuff. And then you don't have to worry about changing a rogue over to combat either, because that's the other choice you can use.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but again, you get away with a lot of things. I mean, a Feral Cat would be nice, but it's not necessary for any. You're going to see a lot of raids that don't run one, just simply because people can't play them well enough to perform with them well. So just like, whatever. It's not a make or break. I'd rather just, have some subpar performing warriors in the first tier and Nax and get them geared up because of how well they scale later on. Because having two of them geared up in ICC gear is going to be nice.
I do want to see how much all that holds up from the P servers.
It'll hold. That
It'll
was
hold.
like that back in the day.
Yeah,
Like,
armor pen is just such a huge thing again in the later tiers.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why cats were supposed to be so big. The armor pin on them is stupid.
Warriors and red are investments in the future in Earth.
Yep.
These are their better investment.
It's just like investing in the future. They're not going to take off till later, but they're going to be good when they do take off.
Basically, once they start getting ICC gear, they go through the roof. Reds see a huge jump.
Did you stack the warriors at the end?
Yeah, you'll see a lot of warrior stacking towards the end.
Combat rogue should be taken off too at that point.
Yeah, it really depends how the sims are coming. I mean, the sims are kind of a little bit all over the place with rogues. Because originally, what was it? That Mutilate wasn't going to be able to keep up, but
I don't remember it like that. I always remember assassination way better than combat.
If there's no target swapping, from my understanding, assassination should be a lot better. But if there's target swappings at all, it's gonna be rough for them.
That's where the biggest difference with private server stuff is going to be, like, for the armor value. So for classes that do armor pen and stuff, you might see a big difference. Because they never really get the armor values right on the private things.
assassination is so much. It's so good for trash too, though.
Combat's better for trash. At least that's what me and Ras were talking about.
Doesn't assassination spread poisons with fan of knives and all that, though?
I'm thinking not in Wrath.
I'm pretty sure
I
they
think they do.
do.
I think they do.
I'm pretty sure they do. That's what makes
Yeah.
them so good at it, at AoE, is because their ability to fan of knives and spread their poisons to every mob.
Somebody had figured out a way to use something in the beta to even cheese that and get more poison damage.
Because I remember we used that, because there's some encounters you can use, like use the trick with mind numbing and stuff like that. Like you can use the utility poisons, and to, like if you have a big caster group and things like that. There's some funky things you can do with assassination rogues in regards to that.
Same like way Unholy DK is so nice because they spread the spell power debuff way better than Moonkin.
I mean, it's just what any of their disease, isn't it? Because then the wandering plague talent just spreads it automatically by itself.
Yeah,
but I mean, they have top. I mean, an assassination rogue has top tier both single target and AOE. I mean, it's just the whole thing with the addition of fan of knives, and being able to spread the poisons is wonderful.
How many rogues do we have for Earth?
2.
Who do I need to bribe for a Tricks of the Trade at the start?
They'll be doing it to each other.
Rasp and Danger.
Because they can.
To do it to me in an affliction lock, so we can roll our dot the whole time. Then they could tricks each other after.
Now, actually, back in the day, that's how we did it. We gave it to our top affliction lock, got tricks for one, and then our shadow priest got the other one. And then after that, they just tricked each other.
Yeah, that shit's nice, and you can roll it.
Snap, because pull timers and pot timing and snapshotting at the beginning of a pull is like very critical.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any deaths from tricksing the locks? Did any of the locks die from it?
No, you don't.
No, the threat component of it is not all that big of a deal. It shouldn't be. Not once you get to certain gear levels. Yes, we did because we were stupid and we weren't really playing things optimally back in the day. Yeah, we did have people die due to getting tricks.
I mean,
Some of our rogues would put it on people on trash just to fuck with them.
Me and a troll rogue used to tricks each other, and he killed me more than once because he'd use the haste buff, berserking right off the bat. I was just wondering about that.
pull timers are gonna be super important because there's a lot of shenanigans you want to do.
But yeah, assassination is going to be just all about whether or not you're going to have to target swap or not. You just basically can just dual spec combat and then just swap back and forth based on the encounters. Well, once armor pin goes in combat, I think we'll end up outscaling them.
Ten-man Oldor are super important. Everyone wants that Thorm trinket.
You guys are just gonna wait and race change when it comes out.
Yeah, as soon as the race change comes out, I'm all over Blood Elf.
I'm mashing the button as soon as it comes out.
As soon as my credit card's out, boom, boom, done, Blood Elf.
Twice they can get me because I need to make some Shaman Troll too.
Yeah, I'm going Troll and Unshackled as well. That racial's just stupidly broken.
That's why I made my mage a troll to begin with, because I knew eventually I'd play it in Wrath.
I thought about that, but I wanted the extra dot.
Well, only reason I made him undead is just because that racial for the first two expansions were just broken. It got you out of so much crap.
Racial's nice, and I wanted Devouring Plague, which I probably could have lived without and just made a troll. I also wanted a PvP in the beginning too, in Classic, but
That freaking human racial.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what the ICC raid comp is going to end up tilting towards. Because you just have so many options you can go with.
Hopefully the casters keep up, because the way that it's been going since our classic WoW is melee kind of overtakes everything towards the end.
Yep, all because armor pen. I mean, rogues will scale a ton better. The warriors, the rets, once they get their two-piece. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that all kind of shakes out. Because the problem is you don't want to class stack too much in Wrath because you end up having a big loop problem. So if you're going to class stack, you really have no choice but to run splits. Because otherwise you're going to get fucked. Just when it comes to loot distribution. You have to have a good healthy mix between ranged and melee.
people need to look at like second and third abysses when they're making their list, because there's not too much difference, and keeps things.
Yeah, I mean the gear gets pretty homogenized. You know, it's just a matter of availability of said gear more than anything.
There's always gonna be outliers, like the 26 Malagos stuff is all amazing, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know the tanking pants off of those. That guy's amazing.
It's like everyone wants pen and cloak, everyone wants illustration, everyone wants like the wrist and chest off Sarth. Hard mode. You add enhancement shaman in the mix that wants caster items too.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He's there for totems and less.
Spell hand's supposed to be good all the way through, or
Tier 7 and Tier 8, then it kind of falls off after that.
okay, that's what I kind of read. I wasn't sure if that was true or not.
I don't know. The way Mal's been talking about it seems like it's supposed to be good all the way through.
What is?
No, it falls off after Tier
Spell
8.
ants.
Spell hands?
Yeah.
It falls off. It's really good to begin with, but it starts to fall off. But again, you know, the thing people need to remember in regards to the quote-unquote fall off, the fall off is like maybe 5%. It's not like, you know, like with these gaps that we would see between 10 to 20%. It's not like that big. It's not going to make or break you. Like, you would much rather bring a top tier, you know, Chad enhancement shaman over, you know, it goes back to the player versus class thing, you know, versus somebody who's playing a warrior or a rogue and is, you know, geared to the teeth but doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
I'm still in here.
Not like TBC.
What was that?
Just poking fun.
Start to sound like a Shorf got miserable over there.
Yeah. So no, because it'll be interesting how the ICC, because mages get stronger, a lot stronger in the ICC tier. Rogues do, warriors do. Death Knights scale really well. Affliction Warlocks scale really well. Your Demo Lock's just a buff bitch. You know, so outside of that, it's going to be interesting. It's kind of where Hunter, like, it'll be to a point you only bring one Survival Hunter. They do really good single target DPS just in general at the beginning, but I can't remember how well they scale with Armor Pen.
Isn't
I
Marks
thought-
better than
I thought Marksman got the armor pin scaling for ICC.
I honestly can't remember. But again, it's just going to be interesting to see how it scale. You know, just how it the meta just basically evolves over the course of the expansion, because it's going to change each tier. But the ICC one is going to be really the most interesting one, because you can honestly pick from, because just again, there's a lot of classes that scale really well at that tier, and it's going to, you know, Rets, once they get their two, it's just like, you know, so.
That was the problem. They fixed a lot of like the people that were lagging behind in Tier 9 by just giving them ridiculously god tier set bonuses.
I just want to be able to go fire as soon as I can.
Once you get Ulduar geared, you can.
I've been reading some people saying that you can actually do it in Axe.
That's my plan.
Have they run the sims to see what the DPS difference is in pre-raid bits between the two specs?
The Sims are still in beta right now.
The odds on getting all the gears you specifically need for it though in Phase 1 is slim.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I wonder what, like, the crit percent cutoff, like, where is that? What's the percent crit that you need to get to as a fire mage to be able to keep up with an arcane mage?
That's a problem. Like if you're not getting the crit and rolling the crits, it feels terrible.
Oh, it does. It's horrible to play when you're not getting ignites on a regular basis.
When you're not hot streaking, it's miserable.
Very.
I just know there's a ton of crit and talents if you do some odd talent builds I've seen people do. Plus there's some people theory crafting, I think, with the Molten Armor glyph. Spirit gives a ton of crit too.
Spirit gets really nice for I think a few classes.
Well, with the spirit glyph from Molten Fury and Molten Armor, basically 55% of your spirit gets translated directly in the crit rating.
Yeah, mine's like I get 50% spell power from 2 things from spirit. It's like it's still not the best stat, but it's fine because there's so much spirit haste gear that makes it worth taking.
Yeah, that's why I was looking at a lot of the quote-unquote healer gear, because most casters probably don't want to touch gear, caster gear with spirit on it.
No, it's really good for Shadow Priest, Warlock, Mage. It's big for Warlock from like the lifetime glyphs too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, we've got time to figure things out too. That's the wonderful thing about Wrath. Unlike TBC, you kind of had to hit everything kind of out of the gate, you know, with like mag and all that, and you still had to, you know, tune your raid well. But with depending on how they tune Nax, but it's, you know, we're going to be running that place so much. We'll probably have, you know, people will have 2 characters geared up at least by the time we're finished with it, most likely. And that'll give us a ton of flexibility going into Ulduar. We can move pieces around as needed. Because we're basically just going to be focusing on progression and achievements.
Like after you do 3D and get everyone their title, it's like split 2Ds probably. The way
Yeah,
to go.
split 2Ds for loot. And we'll concentrate on the 25-man ones more so than the 10s, so. But we'll still try and do some 10 stuff too, just to fill in dead time.
Just that having to do TOC half the amount was so nice.
Fucking Shorf.
What? You done yet?
What are you trying to do? Oh, is he still bothering you about roster?
No, that bitch has my damn mount on his priest.
What?
Asshole.
Which mount?
Me? No, I don't. What are you talking about?
Or you have the achievement from Lich King.
Oh, yeah, because I went with Ascent one time.
I have the 10-man version of it. He has the 25-man one.
Their fucking main disc priest was MIA, and then their backup or whatever was like nothing. And so they reached out to Mitch, hey, do you have a disc priest available? And he was like, no, not really. And he was like, well, Shorf's got one. It's got like 2 or 3 pieces of Nax 25 gear and like a lot of Nax 10, because I did a lot of Nax 10 on him. And I think I missed 1 bubble, maybe 2. The whole heroic Lich King fight, it was literally just spam bubble on 25 fucking people in a fucking line. Bubble, 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 and move. Yeah.
That sounds boring.
And I missed it like once. But fucking killed it and got the heroic 25 on my priest. Then they made that shit account wide, and I was like, fuck yeah.
We never did that because people couldn't stay out of shadow traps.
Mechanics are hard.
The freaking Infest was hilarious.
We were like in a super behind guild, so like we got Cindergosa down by the end, and that was about it.
I mean, KJ is very similar to Heroic Lich King. It's a lot of stack, move, stack, move, stack. Yeah. Lich King's just a coordination fight. It's just about the hardest part of it is when the defile overlaps with when you're coming out of the shadow realm, and you're just like, and you're thinking in your mind, and you know, because I think it's like the second or third one, if I remember right, is where the defile overlaps with you coming out. Yeah. And so you think mentally, you know, the entire time through the fight, you're like, okay, don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck, I fucked it up. You know, I mean, it's just because it's just such a small window. I mean, you literally have got to move immediately as soon as you get out of there. And that was the one mechanic we always had issues with. We could get through in our 25s and 10s. We didn't have as much because I stacked our 10s group, but with smart people.
Or if you had a shitter tank that moved too fast.
Yeah, but we had issues with just in our 25-man version of it, of just people just not moving fast. I mean, there'd always be 1 or 2 people that would fuck it up. you know, and it was always different people too. It wasn't like I could point to one or two people who consistently got it wrong. It was everybody did it, you know, at least once or twice on a pull. It's just extremely frustrating.
I don't know. Tiki was pretty consistent in fucking it up.
Told her to fucking ice block it at one point. I was like, fuck this. You can't hit blink. But anyways, yeah, Tiki had issues.
Remember those fucking fights from way back then? Holy shit.
Oh yeah, they were Wrath. I remember out of all the expansions that I played, I remember Wrath the most out of all of them because it's my favorite, and Ulduar is my favorite raid of all time. I absolutely love it. It's just I am so stoked for Ulduar. I just think it is the best designed raid that Blizzard's ever done. Just personally, I love the hard mode mechanics. I love the entire play, and I love the whole old gods,
right,
Titans lore part of the game as well. I wish they had dived heavily into that more early on, like they were supposed to do with Oldham and stuff like that, but they never did. I just really like that whole part of the lore. So yeah, it's a fun time. So I remember like a ton of Wrath. Unlike TBC was kind of like a little bit of an afterthought with me.
So between Rock Gut and Fester, which one's your favorite?
Fester.
I remember we were cucked pretty hard on those two fuckers. We were trying to get to Putricide, and every time we got to Putricide, it was like 2 or 3 attempts would kill him. Just fucking, it was, it was harder, but we were better at it for whatever fucking reason.
Yeah, Putricide we never had problems with, but Fester Gut, it was just like, we're all stupid. It just didn't make any sense because Putricide's supposed to be the harder one.
Right.
But we got the harder one down like nothing. But Fester Gut, for some reason, we just, I don't know. It was just.
What level were y'all doing?
Putricide was so fun to me.
Heroic.
Heroic, okay.
Yeah, we got all the heroic achievements in TE. The only one we didn't get was Lich King. That was the only one.
Sweet.
And we got so fed up, we got so frustrated with it. We still tried to do it every week in 25 bands, but I got to a point. We stacked a 10-man group because we just wanted the achievement at that point, because we wanted our fucking mounts. And so I just stacked a 10-man group, and then we just went in and did it.
Right.
And after that, for the 25-man, people were like, "Fuck that, y'all, no more."
We had a stack 10 man and a lot of hurt feelings, basically.
Yeah, we hurt a lot of people's feelings. But we had such a big dichotomy between really good players and some people that just couldn't hack their way out of a cardboard box.
Yep.
Because Ascent, from their success from TBC, we were the #1 guild in Classic, but in TBC we lost that title to them. We actually got knocked down a couple pegs. And so going into Wrath, they hit Wrath real hard. I mean, from the get-go. I think 5 of the server first, 80s or whatever were from their guild. Because they had a dungeon group that pretty much all hit it at the same time. They were grinding the shit out of it. And they pilfered all the good players. We were a smaller server too. We weren't one of the bigger ones. So it was difficult to get, top tier players. So it's like once we lost that title as the #1 guild on the server, it was just like, well, this is what it's like to fight for recruits. I was still a toxic asshole back then too, so a lot of people on the server knew who I was and how I was, and there were some people that just would not join our guild simply because of me.
Asshole.
Yep. And for good reason.
Mm-hmm. I still don't see a roster though.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're in a roster for it. You're gonna be on it.
He wants to see if he can if we can figure out we can do it.
I'll be at work tomorrow, so I might as well do it now.
Like me, I haven't checked our roster in months. I know I'm gonna be there.
I know, but I'm dinging this mage tonight, so I'm gonna see if the mage makes the cut or not.
They ain't pre-patch yet, buddy.
You ain't getting any more mage gear.
Oh, we're fucking trashing bank tokens now. Why not?
If Izzy doesn't take them all.
No, he's got all of his.
I don't think he has the legs.
Oh yeah, he's still been running BT with
Yeah, 'cause
that gold group.
I'm hoping for the legs too.
I really need to get the helm token off at a high jewel, but I just don't want to go back there.
Holy shit, we did 6 heal tonight, didn't we?
Yep.
We
Wonder
did.
everything
You were
was so
bitching.
fucking
You were
off.
bitching about healing. You were bitching about healing and shit. And I'm like,
I didn't
where's
realize
this?
that until now. I was
Oh
like,
my
well,
God.
because I remember you mentioned it in healer chat, and I was like, no, it's like we got 7, don't we? And then I was like, oh, fuck, we only got 6. No wonder it was such a bitch.
It was hard for me to. I mean, we had no room for error, none.
0.
I mean, it took all those chances for people to do the right thing. Fuck.
Practice for 5 healing for Wrath.
It worked out though.
Yeah, we could 6 heal most of that place. But
We just have to learn how to fill in the gaps
Yeah,
with each other.
Exactly. Yeah, just learn how to coexist with each other with 6
Yep.
out of 7.
Our enemies will fall. Shorf run.
I was scared that I was like, man, I don't know for sure we're gonna be able to do this shit.
The hell, Shorf? Why are you putting your bear on here?
I'm gonna bring my bear.
Are we gonna double bear?
Yeah.
All right, we're double bearing. You're gonna make all the melee salivate in your group now.
I know they're gonna love me. It'll be great. The only concern I have is that Tam might cry a little bit on Muro.
Why?
Because bears can't spell reflect.
Oh.
Wish you got extra fur to make up for it and absorb it more.
Not really. My warrior runs 20, 21k, and so does the bear. So.
Everything has a price.
He doesn't
Say
hit the bears
anything,
hard.
Maybe she won't notice.
Yeah, he doesn't hit the bears hard though. So the melee hits are a little softer, but that 10k shadow bolt.
Don't turn your
coming in.
back to them. Is my suggestion to you.
Oh no, I'm doing the voids still. Yeah. It's fucking easier on the voids because I can just get halfway across the room and feral charge.
Thought you had charge as a warrior. Is that in a different stance?
Yeah, you got intercept in combat, and it's berserker stance, and so you stance swap, lose all but 10 or 15 of your rage, and then you intercept and use that rage that you kept, and then you switch back to D stance with like no rage. So threats like where, what?
I remember dancing back in Classic.
There you go. There's your fucking roster.
Thanks, buddy.
It is going to be a little bit more healing intensive with Carlos tanking it.
Where's Kitten?
Might not be that bad.
Won't be bad, but he'll take a little bit more damage than what we're accustomed to.
He gonna take a lot more damage.
We'll see.
You seen his Pelly's gear?
I will see. I'm willing to. I'm anxious to see the difference.
Yeah, that's going to increase the DPS for the entire physical group as well, because Hunter having that extra crit from Shorf is going to really up the amount of AP he gives.
We have no Juju tomorrow as well.
Nope, he's listed for tomorrow.
Okay, good.
Signed up for tomorrow and Thursday.
Ooh, I thought Juju said he was gonna step down until Wrath.
He's been saying that since SSC
He's
though.
been saying that since the beginning. He's just being a cranky ass. That's all.
I thought he wasn't even playing Wrath.
He'll be back in Wrath. Just watch. He'll take like a month or two off, and they'll be like, "I'm bored."
And he loves alts, and I mean, it's just the alt game.
Yeah, I had 3 tunes at Near Abyss and Wrath, and 2 other ones in decent gear.
I say 7 healers tomorrow.
You do good.
Oh, hey Mitch. I did post a beta for the Mage Sim and Mage channel if you wanted to look at it.
Yeah, I was just curious if anybody actually ran the numbers. I posted Criteria's Pre-Raid Abyss video in there too.
Yeah, I've been trying to go watch it, but I was gonna wait till I got out of here.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna head out. I got work in the morning, so
It's gonna be Turning Tide and a bunch of Malagos gear. Unsullied Cuffs, Panic Cloaks, Illustration.
The Turning Tide's gonna be so fought over though. Even the Holy Pallies on it.
Demo Lock Pro.
all right, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'm out.
That's it.
Later.
Everybody, see ya.
Yeah, the first one will probably go to the demo lock unless the staff's better.
Turning Tide.
Pallies will be fine.
Yeah. If you guys are getting the 1 and 2 mace, you shouldn't get a Turning Tide, honestly, unless it's up to that point.
That's what I was thinking. Is if we are, we shouldn't say shit. Just shut up and.
Yeah, y'all should get like 1 and 2 mace and with like life and death or something. And it'll be fine.
Huh?
The mace at older.
We're talking about Valinir.
Because that should go Pally Resto good. Honestly, healers are OP. Like you won't notice the difference between life and death and Turning Tide.
Yeah, it won't make any difference.
Mitch didn't like my Shadowmourne thing, did he?
No.
Who does get who's Shadowmourne best for? Like that's something.
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder as well.
It's
overall min max.
It's warrior, but yeah.
Overall min max is warrior.
They scale so.
And how many of those can we expect to be able to make by the end of ICC?
Depends on how fast they go.
Oh, honestly, probably enough for what, at least 2 or 3? I don't know.
I'd say 2 probably, but if they keep stuff consistently fast.
Our shitty casual guild had 2, so I think you could do better than that.
I would hope we can get more than that. Yeah.
I mean,
Older maces, we should have a good number of 2, because that you do still during TOC, because there's nothing else to do.
I mean, with the Shadowmourne, I think the only gating on it is the shard drop chances, isn't it?
Yeah.
The quests are just every week it is a new quest, so your first person is getting it, starts it, and the next person is just a week behind on the quest line, isn't it?
Isn't it? I don't remember it's exactly. Isn't it good to do the quest anyway, just to get Shadow's Edge? Like the starter weapon, or no?
Still a pretty damn good weapon.
Yeah, but I think by that time you get there, that there's other available. If you're like an alt or a late catch-up or something like that, then it's probably a good catch-up item piece. But I think there's better loot at that point that's available.
Like heroic weapons.
Yeah.
You know, like, the maces are the big thing, because those are big for Pally and Resto Druid. That's best for the whole expansion. Like, Shaman will replace it in ICC, and Disc Priest just doesn't need it.
Shorf get that weapon.
What are you talking about? I'm playing.
I posted in Warrior channel for you. Just the fact that's in the database is funny.
All right. Shit, I wish. The little nerd shop down the street's got one for, I think, $4.50. It's like 50 inches long or 55 inches long. It's pretty legit. Man, I'm so ready for Living Bomb.
Ready for Hot Streak.
That too.
Hot Streak is amazing.
I'm curious if there's a weak org or a script command that's going to be available to make it where you can one button it. Just trying to remember what I did in the past. I think I just watched for it, literally. I'm 69, still rocking my Staff of the Shadow Flame.
Wasn't a Ring of Blood weapon better than them?
Actually, with the enchant, no.
Caster weapons, caster gear just lasts so fucking long, dude.
I've got the Ring of Blood one in my bags.
Honestly, it's the same way going into Wrath or Caster Gear too. Sunwell stuff with sockets is just amazing, so you just put Wrath gems in it.
So it's 2 critical strike difference, and it's 1 more spell power. So it's got the Ring of Blood, Battle Mage Baton. It's got 2 more critical strike rating and 1 more spell power than the Staff of the Shadow Flame from Blackwing Lair, Nefarian. It's got more stamina and 2 more intellect as well, but whatever. But I've already got the 30 spell damage enchant on my Staff of the Shadow Flame. I'm like, I'm not enchanting that. Blue, Flynn, fuck that.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Plus, it looks cool walking around with the Staff of the Shadow Flame. Still looks fucking badass.
Ah, there it is.
Let's get the PvP one from Towers.
Yeah, I haven't been doing Towers on the Mage. Probably should have been.
Just get some baton or shit on you and win a grasp, it's not even funny.
Yeah, right now my goal is to get 70, and I may try to limp into a friendly gold DKP or a certain alt run Black Tempo.
That can actually happen?
No, probably not.
Take care, Harry and Shorf. I posted Shadow's Edge for you.
Is that not like better than? I don't really know.
Huh?
Yes, I don't really know. It's 264. That's heroic ICC level, isn't it? Or no,
Yeah.
that's 25 man ICC level.
It's heroic, but Shadow Morn is 20 eye levels above it, I believe. Just to give you an idea on it.
Yeah, no, that's just 25. Like heroic loot, I think is 277 or 276.
I don't remember.
264 is 25 man loot because that's like the crafted stuff. I remember is 264.
Yeah, it is 264.
That's what I think.
The Lich
277.
King weapons on heroic are 271.
Oh, that's just his base. Heroic 25 man pleb boss loot should be 277, I think, or 276.
According to the database, well, that might be his base because they're showing the 25 man version as 271 as well.
Yeah, but then there should be a heroic version because Lich King's loot is higher than the rest of the instance.
No, they're showing actually Lich King on here. I don't know if it's an issue on the website, but hit Lich King's weapons are 271.
No, like Bryn Troll is 27, showing us 277 on there, and that's off Margar. Heroic Bryn Troll. Remember the name of any of the Lich King weapons on 25? That's kind of sad. Yeah, like Royal Scepter.
Oh yeah,
Tyrannus is
here it is.
284. On
Yeah,
Heroic Lich
it's
King.
284 heroic Lich King. I was looking at heroic 10 man, I guess.
Oh yeah.
That Glorifying though, that sword is freaking badass.
It's like Lich King stuff is just all an item level tier higher than the rest of the instance.
That's actually one of the recommended tanking weapons for blood DKs. That Glorinzag or whatever. If you do two hand, just because of the sheer amount of expertise on it.
Is it? I thought that didn't matter. I don't remember. That changed so much from when I did DK. But
No, DK tanks don't want expertise.
I thought they used Bryn Troll for
80% of their threats from fucking Icy Touch is a spell.
Well, they also want it to ensure their Death Strike doesn't miss.
Yeah, it's not critical.
So that's your biggest self heal.
You know, if you're relying on your tank killing himself, you get other problems. I mean, they can, but it's not something you depend on.
yeah, it's not like current stuff in retail where tanks do ridiculous healing.
Well, that's one of the big things about blood DKs, though, is they can self heal, so you're not quite as spiky for the healers to deal with.
Yeah, it's nice they do a little bit.
Because you basically get that in exchange for not having all the defensive cooldowns the other tanks have.
Like the version of the DK tank we're gonna get, it's not gonna be as exciting as it was back then. Since it's like the last one.
Oh, I heard when they first came out, they were so broken it wasn't even funny.
I loved it before they reworked it because you had a tank spec for each thing. It's like I did dual spec Frost and Blood, like Blood just for bosses, but Frost tank was nuts. That you just Howling Blast, and every mob in the vicinity is on you.
So they just nerfed it all from the beginning. Is what they did.
It was
DKs
overpowered.
were OP as hell in the
Yeah.
beginning, and like all three trees had tank stuff in them, so you could be a tank for like Unholy Frost or Blood.
Yeah.
But then they just kind of comboed into we're making Blood the tank spec towards the end.
I remember your whole raid would wipe and your DK still going strong at the end. Just might take 20 minutes, but still going strong.
Yeah, they played it off at first like, oh, it's a hero class. It's supposed to be overpowered. Then they're like, nah, we fucked up. Hey, I just got some boots. How about that? The Master's Treads. I bet there's 500 of them in the auction house for 20 gold.
Probably.
A little thingy up there says 1.5 hours to level. But it's not counting the boosted. So we'll see.
Oh, I found the end of my arrested XP bar. Yeah.
Damn. That tanking mace off of Heroic Lich King 25.
Yeah, Heroic Lich King 25 is no fucking joke.
My guild did it, but it was painful.
I mean, I remember doing it on my priest, and it was literally follow this person, just, you know, glance at your character, stutter step, stutter step, stutter step the whole fucking fight. And then bubble, 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 bubble all night.
I did very few heroic raids, so I'm excited.
Nice.
4 or 5 this would be good for me. Shitload of 10 man, but not 25.
Wrath was my first true expansion. I still love it to this day.
I think it's hard to find anybody that hates Wrath.
Yeah.
Most people love it and say favorite expansion, etc., but
And if I actually knew about private servers, I probably would have got into Warmane or something after retail stopped making sense to me.
yeah, I just quit, got married, had kids.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Let's see. I played from the end of TVC all the way up till MOP. I think after MOP, I took a break, so I don't remember doing Warlord. I think it was that much. I just remember supposedly Grom Hellscream or whatever is the final boss of Siege of Orgrimmar is supposed to be a hard as hell fight.
Oh, the end of MOP? Yeah, I stopped after the first year of MOP.
I love MOP just for the changes they made to Prot Pally. Prot Pally were basically unkillable in MOP.
A lot of tanks were. Proud Warrior was silly with the original Second Wind.
No, what made Prot Warriors, from what I understand, silly was that passive called Riposte or whatever.
Whatever it was with the Vengeance was ridiculous in raids too, but like whatever they had with Second Wind and something, they were like unkillable in PvP and like just world PvP.
Mm-hmm. I remember messing around on my warrior. I was doing something and somebody attacked me. It was a PvP server, of course. Somebody attacked me. I was like, what the fuck? I just started smashing buttons and just owned their face and ended the fight like 90-something%. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, so no one could like 1v1 you below the second one. It's insane.
Yeah, heroic throw and heroic leap combined with charging was all fun. It made it engaging what a prot warrior fun. Trying to remember if it was Wrath or Kata when they had to change the charge, the way charge worked for warriors.
What do you
It used to, well, in one of them it used to be you can pretty much charge somebody even if you didn't have a direct path, actual direct movement path across the ground to them, and then they changed it to where you actually had to have an actual direct ground path to get to your target, or you couldn't charge them.
It's currently you have to have a direct ground path. I don't think
Because
they
I
ever
remember
fixed
people.
it.
Well, yeah, because people used to do like charging up cliffs to people, and like if you get knocked up in the air, you used to not be able to do it. I think in retail or something, just because you weren't considered like on the ground, so you weren't supposed to be able to do it or something. I remember.
No, the only change I'm aware of all the way through Wrath that was ever made to the charges and stuff. One of the later tiers of talents for prot warriors. You can charge, intercept, and intervene from any stance.
I just remember there's nutty stuff people are doing with charge. Like I said, like it was either charging down cliffs or up cliffs so they can avoid having to go like around the cliffs and up the side and stuff normally. So they just click on a mob or something, charge right up the cliff, even though there's no way to walk up that path.
It sounds like I don't remember exactly what you're talking about, but it sounds familiar.
Well, I know you can do that now because I've done some janky stuff with the warrior, like you aggro a mob, stun it, and then run around a mountain, and then the mob runs over the top of the mountain, but then you can switch stances and innervate it and catch it on the top of the mountain. And then now you're on the top of the mountain.
Yeah, but then I think they changed it later on. I don't remember which expansion, to where it followed basically movement paths.
Oh,
And if there
okay.
wasn't a movement path on the ground to get where you needed to go, you couldn't use a charge to get there.
Yeah, right now it's same as pets. So like hunter pets. Sometimes they run like sideways and shit. Sometimes I'll charge fucking sideways. You running straight at something and then you just Z to the left and come back and it's like, the fuck am I doing over there? Just that's the way the pathing was lined out for it.
I got a decent Porsche tonight. Go ahead.
Nice, man.
Not gray.
6 heal would make you work hard.
Yeah, they make you actually heal.
Yeah.
I know Tam was over there.
Seven heal, no parse numbers. They're all gray.
Right.
Like it sucks.
I'm pretty sure Tam was cursing over there.
For what?
Yeah, she was.
Just the way the night was going.
Yeah, well.
She hates Sunwell so bad.
Yeah.
It's Pally sucks, dude.
Oh, I got a 91 healing parse on Kill Jaden. Amazing.
I bet you did. I was hoping you were throwing out as much as you could to help Elis.
That vampiric embrace with the points and it's amazing in Sunwell.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
I did more than Thobalin on the kill pool because you're probably dead or something.
Dude, you did 283. That's a lot of fucking heals, dude.
It's a lot of fucking heals for not having to press a button except every once a minute.
It is.
Just put a buff up.
That's a lot of fucking heals, dude.
Death to all who oppose us.
Oh, fuck, the ball and died on that fight?
Yeah, people died. I was 11th in damage, which means people died.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't my best night.
I wasn't 15th competing with Suggs, so there had to be dead people.
That's funny.
That is true.
I think I only died twice. Maybe just once.
God, he was shitting on melee and anybody who got near Dan tonight.
I was
Well, one thing we need to change on that shit, when he's doing his purple shadow fingers bullshit, whatever that's called, there's no goddamn reason for the melee to be stacked up on top of each other. The only reason we stay stacked in a pile is so that when Fire Bloom goes out, the Fire Bloom person can spread away as fast as possible. But he didn't Fire Bloom during that shit. So literally we should just kind of spread out, 5 or 6 yards apart where we don't share the frickin' shadow spike.
I thought we just changed it to where I did like 2 groups. That was done with
Yeah,
it.
we did, and then it was a lot better.
Well, I mean, I thought we originally changed it to 2 groups.
It was dependent upon the number of melee.
Huh. I just remember I went over there to start AoE in the ads after Dan called for it, and the bastard dropped 2 shadow spikes at one after another on top of Dan, and the second one got me, killed me.
Melee were, I don't know exactly where they were because I can't look and find them. I'm just looking at bars, but they were in range tonight for the most part. I could throw something out there for them. Typically, I can't. So.
I had an orange healing parse on twins this week.
What?
Shorf, keep throwing out that haste for me, buddy. I can throw it. So as long as he throws it, I gotta keep tossing the shit out.
Hey, tree's an easy target, man.
Fucking throwing
Is
those
that,
things,
is that
throwing
a
it out as
mage?
much as I can.
Every now and then I fuck up and I'll put the healing shit on the warlock. I'm like, man, they don't need the fucking health and mana. They can just tap and receive 20% heals. I mean, what the fuck? I done fucked up.
One time I actually had to use my innervate because I ran dry. It's fat when if you cast them really quick, sometimes you run out super quick as well.
Yeah, it's like the haste buff from the dragons combined with any other haste cooldown. I'm below GCD on my arcane blast. So it's like the dragon breath haste plus bloodlust. It's like wasting bloodlust practically.
Every time we got warrior ads, I was raging. Because those things fuck up my Shadow Fiend timing. Because I need to Shadow Fiend on... Because you can't Shadow Fiend kill Jaden, because he just kills it instantly.
What do you use? How did you use it on that fight?
I'd use it on the ads when they're not warriors.
Oh, I see.
But if they're warriors, it fucks you, because they'll just kill the ads instantly, too.
That sucks.
Whirlwind, baby.
Glory to the Sindori.
I was actually expecting when he did it on me, the mage ads, to mess somebody up.
Can you reach the orbs?
Eh?
No, I know you can. I'm talking about Airy.
Yeah, I can. If I'm doing a lot of damage to the orbs, though, there's something seriously wrong with people killing them fast. I'll throw a Mind Flay on them or something if they're going overhead. Like, I don't have much, because if Mind Blast and Death are on cooldown, that's pretty much it. I'm not wasting throwing a dot on those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I used to be on the left side, I used to be high up on the damage done to them, but just because that's where they started spawning.
I just said, like, some of them were terrible tonight, because there's ones I got to Mind Blast, a full Mind Flay, and a Shadow Word Death.